right, our players settling in here. Australia final table with 6 will compete for $558,000 of comp, including a seat to the WPT World Championship.
Indeed they are, Tony. It's good to be Mike's side with you this morning. We've got some big names at this table, although I haven't seen many of them compete here at the Star Sydney for quite a while. However, certainly looking forward to what is yet to transpire. We were having quite the conversation off air today.
Yeah, I think a sports broadcast might break out in the middle of this final table.
Yes, I think so. That's going to be good.
Sounds good.
Just a reminder, if you want to catch our live stream.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the WPT Australia final table from the Star Sydney, where 6 players remain battling it out for a $558,000 top prize, along with a seat at the WPT World Championship in December. I'm Tony Dunks, alongside Tanara Nathan of the Star Sydney. T, good to have you in the booth with me today.
It's an honor to be with you, Tony. From a field of 600, we have arrived at our final 6, and I must say, an honor to share the commentary booth with you here this morning. Looking forward to the action set to transpire.
Well, my pleasure, and we do have some early action here as Jordan Bautista, our chip leader, raises up the ace-10. We'll get into the stacks here in a moment, but Jared Thatcher here, by far our shortest stack, coming in with about 5 or 6 blinds, is going to be all in with Queen 10. So right off the bat, he is at risk for his tournament life. Up against our chip leader, Jordan came in with 14 million, good for over 230 big blinds. So he must have had one amazing day 4 in this tournament. And of course, he will be priced in to make the call with the ace-10 here and be in a really good position to score the first elimination of this final table.
Yes, Tony, I don't think Jared had much of a choice there. Queen 10, he's up against it. Obviously, Jordan holding one of his outs. He needs a queen. Let's see what the flop comes. Oh, and he's got it too.
Nice start here for Jared. Flopping the top pair in very good shape. Going to the turn, the 6 of diamonds, so safe, needing to fade the 3 outs on the river. And that's what he'll do. As we saw, he was all in for 220,000 after he had paid the big blind of 60, which is kind of wild to me because I bagged right around 220,000 at the end of day 1. So thinking about making like the final table with the stack that you finished day 1 with, I do wonder if Jared lost some huge pot right at the end of play last night. But he wins a crucial one to start off our final table here, up to 8 big blinds, and now has at least a few more hands to get a free look at finding equality.
Yes, I had a good chat to Jared prior to starting our final table today, and he said if he can double up 10 times, he'd be happy. So there's one. He's only got 9 to go.
Yeah.
So wishing Jared all the best. And that queen on the flop must have felt pretty nice there, Tony.
Well, Jordan Bautista, our chip leader, apparently in from California. You see the Golden State Warriors hat there. I was looking at his Hendon Mob. It had the only Jordan Bautista listed as somebody from Australia and with about 27,000 in lifetime earnings. There wasn't a photo attached to the profile, so I can't say for certain if we're talking about the same Jordan Bautista, which is a common enough name that there could be duplicates. So I'm not exactly sure what to expect from Jordan, what his experience level is like. The player on Hendon Mob, whose profile I looked at, was somebody who played mostly buy-ins in like the few hundred buy-in territory, and did have most of his caches in Australia, so they could be one and the same. And if that's the case, then this is a massive final table and opportunity for Jordan coming in with this huge chip lead. We do see Looming Lou here, who goes by Rob, all in with the King 3 suited there. And he's deep enough that my guess is he was just like jamming into the short stacks in the blinds. And I believe that is what happened there, and he took that one down with the King 3 of spades. He was jamming into Josh Chen and Jared Thatcher. And right now, with Jared being so short, you will see some of these big jams from players like Josh there.
Yeah,
or Rob.
I think they want to put the pressure on Jared quite early.
Yeah.
Fold. On you, sir. Fold. You. Fold.
So Josh Chen there out.
Fold.
Jared out.
Yes, sir.
Over to Rob. And with ace queen in the
Call.
small blind.
Option.
Up against our chip leader, I really like
Check.
this call with the ace queen. There's so much ICM pressure on Rob right now in the small blind with the short stack out there that he should probably just limp 100% of his playable hands. And a very nice and savvy adjustment. does flop top pair, but on a
Oh.
pairless board, which
Check,
turns
check a bit.
Jordan a flush. Now with the deuce of spades in his hand,
Check.
not a flush that he can feel terribly confident in as we see him
Zero,
look back at his
7.
cards, perhaps
Check,
double checking
check, check.
which of his 2 black cards was a
aces.
spade. I'm a little surprised he didn't
Flush.
go for a bet on this river when it checks all the way down. It's pretty unlikely that his opponent has a superior spade. It is, of course, possible that Rob would check
Button's
a
good.
weak spade going to the river, but it's also less likely that he's going to limp in the small blind with one of those low spades if his hand is like a 1 high card, 1 low card offsuit combination. So I do think perhaps a little value to be had there, especially as the chip leader. You may be perceived as someone who's going to bluff a little more often, and he might have gotten the call from Rob there holding the top pair. We'll never really know, but you know, certainly something worth considering. Allen here with a pair of 6s.
Thank you, sir.
I'm curious to see how he plays this. Allen coming in second in chips with 124 blinds. Now, at
125,
final
raise to
tables, the
125.
value of these small and middling pairs
Fold.
definitely shrinks. However,
Fold.
because Allen is
Sir.
so deep, he can
Fold.
play more freely, and I like that he's
Fold.
chose to raise the 6s here. As we see there, Allen on 7.6 million
Button
at
is
the 30K, 60K blind with the 60K big blind ante. As I said, has about 120 some blinds. Takes that one down with the 6s. And yeah, he and Jordan will be the most loose players in the early stages and can really play quite out of line so long as Jared is still in on this like sub 10 big blind stack, while
You first.
Rob, Josh, and to a lesser degree Corey are
Fold.
on these middling stacks that need to put this high priority on outlasting Jared, who looks down at a pair of 7s here.
The crazy thing about Jared is he's not used to playing with a short stack. We've seen so much success from Jared
All
at the
in.
several WPT Prime
Fold. 510.
Championship events we've had, not just here in Sydney, but
510.
also on the Gold Coast as well. So, hoping we can see him get some chips, because when he does have a big stack, Tony, he can be quite threatening at the table.
Right behind him, Jordan with the
Fold.
decision holding ace-3, elects to fold.
Fold. Fold.
Corey out and Allen out, so Jared picks up another
Button's good.
2.5 blinds. That gets him back
gonna
to
let
10
go?
big blinds. And, you know, no longer in a desperate position. Still the clear short stack, but when you're on like 4 or 5 blinds, you're just looking for any ace, any suited king, any 2 Broadway cards that can finally get your money in. Now with
No, no,
10
no.
blinds, he can at least fold for an orbit, maybe 2, if he just picks up really dusty hands. And that should constrict the action around the final table a little bit. So long as he is so far and away the short stack, those middle stacks really don't want to play any meaningful pots, and the big stacks can just kind of raise and take it for the most part.
You
So
first.
Jared right now, despite being the shortest stack, is sort of the like key player at this final table.
Indeed he is. And I'm sure his
Fold.
friends at the final table would love nothing more than to
Yes, sir.
see him bow out, however. It's not going to be an easy task for them. Now, this is an interesting
Fold.
gentleman we had
Yes, sir.
conversation about, was Rob Liu, taking his time
Fold.
over the past few days. Tony, I believe you had a bit of experience with Mr. Liu.
Yeah, I didn't play with him, but on day 3, just watching the tournament play out, you know, the word of his pace made way
Raised to
even to the
180.
rail, where apparently he
180,
was
sir.
stalling, you know, kind of every decision point of every hand. And I'm not
Fold.
quite sure why he chose to do that. I understand sometimes as we approach
good.
the bubble, or as we approach a final table bubble, that some players choose to use all or the majority of their time bank in an attempt to slow the action down and hope that somebody busts at another table. But this was like day 3 when there was, I don't know, 50-ish players left. As far as I could tell, there wasn't that much incentive to slow down the play. And, you know, it was kind of tilting the people around him. That was our only guess, was maybe he's trying to tilt his opponents just by doing this. And I don't really appreciate that kind of thing. I
course.
think it sort of worsens the experience
Fold.
of other people in tournaments and just kind of makes it less likely that people who are
Fold.
casual players come back and
Fold.
play more tournaments in the future, because if they feel like their opponents are doing every little thing to extract a few more cents of EV. It makes poker tournaments an unpleasurable experience. So, you know, I don't know, maybe there was some other motivation for it that I'm failing to see. But if it's just like, hey, I can get a little tiny bit of edge by slowing things down and tilting my opponents, that's the kind of thing I tend to cringe at.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I think when you mentioned it's off-putting to the casuals,
Yeah.
it was even off-putting to those that play full-time, and even some of our pros, one of whom, Corey Kempson, is at the final table.
Yeah.
He was one that brought it up yesterday and said, look, listen, are you going to do this at the final table? And I don't think Rob gave him an answer, but
Right.
we're obviously finding out today, and obviously the etiquette seems to be of a higher standard. But
Yeah.
I like what you said there, that not just to the casuals, but those that are regulars as well, that understand the etiquette of poker, not necessarily the nicest way to play.
No, no. And like, again, you know, if people are in a spot where they're a very short stack approaching the bubble and there is a little bit to be gained by stalling, I understand why they do it. I
Yes.
totally get it. But, you know, pick your spots. Pick your spots.
Couldn't agree more.
Okay, Jordan here with the kind of hand where if he really wanted to take the gloves off and just try and steal as many pots as possible while Jared is short, he could raise this ace-3. And that's what he's going to do. I like the play here.
Raised.
As long as
125.
Jared is at the table,
Fold.
just open as many hands as reasonably possible in Jordan's shoes, especially if Allen does not seem like he is going to really go out of his way to call and 3-bet you a lot in position. Here, Josh is making a decision with the ace-5
Fold.
and elects to
fold.
fold, you know, perhaps considering, well, is Jordan opening too wide? Should I consider?
Button's
But
good.
as you see
Folding.
there, Rob Chen, our next shortest stack has the most to lose by making a 3-bet bluff, having to fold, and then bringing his stack much closer to Jared.
Does it come down to only two choices there for Rob in that spot? All in or fold?
No, I think he has room to 3-bet fold. You know, he's like 30 blinds effective or a little bit deeper. So he definitely has room to 3-bet fold, and he probably should not have
Press.
any
Thank you.
jams
Fold.
at all facing
you.
that
Fold.
open, even with something
Yes,
like
sir.
an ace-king that might feel like the most
Fold.
natural hand to jam. I think he's
Yes,
just
sir.
a bit too deep for that kind of thing. Okay, Jared here on the button with an ace, I believe, has a pretty clear decision.
Don't think there'll be too much surprise as to what he's going to do here.
All in.
There it is.
660. All in for
Robin
660.
small blind
On
with
you.
King 8, no
660.
choice, but
Call.
Straight
queens
away.
for Jordan, our chip leader.
All in.
Wow.
Wastes no time. I didn't see anybody else fold an ace, so all 3 outs should be live for Jared. Not the worst shape to be in here. Deuce on the flop will give him a backdoor to a wheel. King, no help on the turn, so an ace and only an ace will save Jared on this river.
Oh, he got it!
Nails it! Wow!
He got it, Tony.
Woo!
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, you know, the rest of the table is just so disappointed to watch that ace roll off.
Thank you.
And that's a really bad card for guys like Josh and Rob, who are middling stacks and who had this nice distance between themselves and Jared, and now are just kind of
Wow.
further handcuffed and are probably just going to have to bleed chips to our 2 chip leaders. Yeah, you know, look, obviously Jordan would rather just win that pot, the 10 big blinds, knock out Jared, but it's not the worst thing to happen for Jordan just because he has such a commanding chip lead that he can continue to pummel these middling stacks. But for those middling stacks, that is a rough river.
60 more, sir.
Well, he's one of only 2 locals playing here at home in Sydney, and no doubt his friends on the rail will be happy with that one.
Yeah.
You could almost feel it coming, couldn't you, Tony?
No, actually.
Really?
I really didn't. I didn't feel that one coming at all. I was
Really?
like, oh, well, he already got the 1 3-outer, you know. You only get so many per day. Jared right back to it with the ace-jack on the cutoff. Now well out of the territory where he should be open shoving.
Raise to 120,000. Fold. To you, sir.
We
120.
did say if he gets some chips,
Fold.
you will
Yes, sir.
see somewhat of a high standard of poker. We know what he can do with a big stack. Let's see if he can run that up. We said he wanted 10 double ups. He's quite happy with 2 at the moment, I think, Tony.
Yeah, Jared, quite a talented player. I believe had the largest amount of career cashes on his Hendon mob of around 1.3 million. Seemed to have emerged more recently on the tournament scene. Believe a Sydney local guy, and finds himself at this final table. You know, coming in with the 5 blinds, now well above 20, has to feel like he is free rolling.
Most definitely.
You first, sir.
All right, Josh here with the ace 10 of clubs,
Raise to 125. Fold.
going up to
On you, sir.
125.
Fold. 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 On you, sir.
And Alan in the big blind with the 6-5 of diamonds. Very nice hand to see a flop.
Call. 125, thank you. Two, 7-5.
Flop for him.
Check a bet,
7-5
check.
deuce.
Check a bet.
2 hearts and a club. A low enough board that really favors our big blind that Alan can consider some leads here. Not mandatory to have in your strategy,
Bet
but
100,
something worth
please, sir.
considering. And Josh, making the c-bet of 100k, has a hand, and this is the type of board texture where he should also consider checking back at a decent frequency, especially holding this hand that it becomes so indifferent if he faces a check
Call.
raise. Like, fortunately for him, Alan has more of a calling hand than a check raising one.
10, 4.
4 diamonds, good looking
Check
card
the
for
bet.
Alan. Another one where he should really consider a lead. This is a very favorable card to the big blind. The big blind's the one that's going to have the 5-4s, the 7-4 suiteds, the
Check.
8-6s of the world, and the low jack player has none of those and is not really going to barrel with his overcards almost ever. So when you're in Alan's shoes and you
Check.
lead, you both get value for your hand and deny your opponent's equity. So, you know, that jack on the river
Check a
makes
bet.
it kind of tough to get paid off, and sometimes you get rivered by the ace jacks and the king jacks of the world.
Check.
Check one more
Check a bet,
time.
sir.
I would think the Josh is going to check back. That's not a certainty because I'm sure he knows that his hand doesn't really have any showdown equity here. And if he checks behind, he's losing almost every time.
There it is.
Show me, please.
But it being the
Pair of
third
fives.
heart, not having a heart in your hand, it's not a super tempting card to bluff. It's just anytime you get to the river, you're in
Button's good.
position, and you know if you check behind, you lose. You should at least consider bluffing. And there we see, actually,
Wow.
losing that pot brings Josh equal in chips to Jared, who, unfortunately for him, was all in with 3 outs twice and won both. So if Josh ends up finishing in 6th, you know, he'll be sick to his stomach for the missed opportunity to get at least one ladder spot.
Well, he's got both Jordan and Jared to thank for that one. Queen 9 for Jared now.
Fold.
He'll let that one go.
Fold. Yes, sir.
Rob, not taking as much time as he has over the past 3 days in letting go
Raise.
Jack 6. And back to our chip leader, Jordan Bautista.
To 135. Fold, fold.
And we are yet to
On
see
you.
what he has. And wow, Tony, have a look at this.
As Mike Sexton loved to say, the weapons of mass destruction.
Don't you love it?
Yep.
Pocket aces for Josh Chen. And you made mention equal in chips to our former short stack on our final table. He'll buy some time to make a pre-flop decision here. Still can't see what Jordan Bautista has. Be very interesting to get a read on those cards as we await Josh's decision.
Re-raise.
And he will raise
Fold.
to what appears to be just over 300,000.
Button's
I
good.
like the decision to 3-bet and to 3-bet not all in. However, he's on a short stack where many players do not 3-bet light from the big blind ever. And
Yes.
so it is very tough to get action when you take that line. I still think it was the best option available to him. It's just, do you ever find, you know, the light 3-bet with the ace-4 offsuit or the ace-7 offsuit of the world? 10% of the time you get dealt that hand in that situation. For many players, the answer is no. And so their opponents watching that are conscious of it. And so when they get 3-bet in that spot, they're like, oh, this guy has aces or kings every single time. I just have to fold. So it is important to find those light 3-bets every once in a while in that scenario. Otherwise, your opponents know exactly when you have the time, exactly what you have the times you pick up aces and kings.
Absolutely. Nice spot there for Alan Pham. Would have loved to have known what he had, however. We move forward.
Thank you. Good luck, gentlemen.
It's an interesting dynamic of players we got here. I think the only two internationals we have, Jordan Bautista and Josh Chen from New Zealand. I guess you can call that international, even though it's only a 3-hour flight across the Tasman Sea to New Zealand. And from what we've learnt about these players over the past few days, Tony, plenty of, well, personality at our final table.
Yeah, I got to play with Jared on day 2, and he was a really funny guy.
Yes.
At the table.
Yes.
Like I had a pretty tough table on day 2, but a really enjoyable one. I was fortunate to cash this tournament on 1 bullet.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. It always feels good, especially because I came into day 2 pretty comfortable in chips and just like lost every hand and never found many good starting hands, never really connected on the flop, was pretty short approaching the bubble, wasn't sure I was going to make it in, and then, you know, made it pretty comfortably. And as you recall, we had a very short bubble. Like maybe it was just a few hands or something. There was not much stoppage of play for it. So I felt very good with the outcome of the tournament. And now watching the final table, you know, I get to see some of these guys that I played with or heard about leading up to this during the week.
Well, the thing is that we had a great conversation prior to the commencement of our championship event. You did say you had a few bullets to fire.
Yes.
You only needed to fire one.
That's right.
In order to cash, and I'm sure we would have loved to have seen you play as opposed to commentating. It's an honor to be in the booth with you today, but congratulations on your cash. Very happy for you.
Yeah, I really haven't had many live cashes this year. I don't play the same volume of live poker that I do, so it's still really exciting whenever I find myself, you know, in the money in the top 10% of the field in a tournament, and you start telling yourself like, oh man, you know, I want a few more all-ins. Like, we're right in this thing.
Absolutely. Well, you can chalk it up as no longer 14, but 15 cashes for you now in your career. Is that correct? Are those numbers correct?
15 cashes.
Total cashes in your poker career for the WPT?
Oh,
or have you got more than that?
That might be. Honestly, I'm not sure. I know how many final tables I have, but I'm not really sure about how many cashes. But ultimately, you know, as a professional, you count titles.
Titles.
That's what you're really, really chasing out there. I was fortunate that early on in my WPT career, I took down a title, albeit at a smaller tournament, but like it all counts. It gets your name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup.
Indeed, it does.
You know, I'd only been with the WPT a few years and was supposed to be this sort of like young online expert. So just getting a title helped offer some validity to that credential. And so, yeah, I'm just super thankful that it was something I sort of got out of the way early on in my time with the WPT. But I've been chasing another one ever since. Had plenty of near misses, and man, I would just love to make another final table.
Absolutely.
Here we see Josh raise out the King Jack on the cutoff. He is, I believe, our shortest stack now. Rob in the small blind with the 9-8. I don't think he really has much of a decision here, so I wonder if we're starting to see a little bit of the tanking. That no, he is going to make a decision. Oh, he is going to enter the play. So I misspoke. He's going to get involved here in 3-bet to 375,000, which is surprising. The 9-8 offsuit, not typically a hand that we see players make that type of 3-bet with. Usually you want to wait for having a blocker to the kind of hand that your opponent can commit their stack with. That usually means having like ace-x in your hand or maybe king-x suited. But using the 9-8 offsuit there, an interesting play. I'm not sure why he chose specifically that hand. It may just be that he knows that Jared and Josh are so close in chips right now that unless Josh has a very premium holding, he cannot commit his stack, and so he's more so playing the situation than his hand. But definitely an interesting choice there to make that 3-bet.
Look at this, ace-9 of diamonds for Jared.
Raise to 120.
And with the chips to play, he'll raise it up to 120.
Fold.
Rob. It's good to see Rob fold quickly, Tony.
Yeah.
Especially after what we've experienced over the past few days.
Jordan has made the call with a mystery hand in the small blind. Corey has a hand that is in an interesting spot, and I think that's why we see him thinking pretty long and hard about this. He could make an argument for call, 3-bet, not all in, or even jamming. I wouldn't love jamming. That's an awful lot of chips to commit, but it's, you know, you're almost never getting called by the small blind. So it's not the craziest idea ever, but it is appealing to 3-bet there and basically commit Jared and say, like, hey, you'd better have something really good because you're going to have to put all your chips in the middle. These, like, lower suited broadways often get played as squeezes and sometimes even, like, rejammed all-ins as a 3-bet bluff, as it were. In the situation Corey found himself in. That said, Corey's a fantastic poker player.
He is.
A really talented cash game player. Plays some tournaments and won the 20K at the last WPT Australia, as we see him turn this open-ender here that we still don't know what Jordan has. I guess he is technically the most likely to have connected because his opponents haven't. But I do wonder if Corey will miss a couple of those more questionable plays, like 3-betting the queen jack suited there, because he's mostly a cash player and used to playing at deeper stacks, and finding these little finesse situations where, oh yeah, you know, I can 3-bet this hand, commit myself against the guy with 20 blinds and mostly drive him out. You know, the chip leader can't really call me that much, or maybe even like jamming the queen jack suited. I don't know. That seems a little ambitious, but I see him as a strange beast as we see Jordan fire out here from the small blind. We know both his opponents don't have anything, so regardless of whether Jordan is value betting or bluffing, we expect him to take down this pot.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Jared can call here even. If he was feeling comfortable prior to that bet from Jordan.
He's going to at least think about this.
Of course.
But this is a decent board for the small blind's calling range. The small blind should have a lot of hands like Queen 8 suited, Jack 10 suited. He's going to use a time bank even, you know, King Jack offsuit, maybe a King Queen O if he chose not to 3-bet. Some King X suited, 10-9 suited. So this is a board that connects pretty well with what the small blind will be calling with. I was studying some small blind leading situations recently around like 20 blinds, 25 blinds, 30. And the two key cards that you're looking for from the small blind to lead out are a 10 and an 8, because your calling range is so condensed around those two cards. So when you see a flop like that, 10-8-4, you know that should, in theory, really drill the range that the small blind is calling with when an opponent opens around that stack size, which is exactly what Jared had there. So it would not surprise me if he was value betting on that river.
Yes, definitely. 9-10 off for Rob now. We've seen this many a time over the past 3 days.
10 seconds.
And yet to use one of his many time bank chips, as he likes to soak up as much as he can.
120.
He will raise to 120,000. Jordan's out, Corey's out, Alan. In the big blind now. No action there. Rob will take that one down as he sits on 2.7 million in chips. And still on top, your chip leader, Jordan Bautista. They went on an absolute rampage over the last couple of days, did our chip leader. It would be a trip worth remembering all the way from California here to Sydney. If he can take this one down, Jared will not play. 9-10 of diamonds for Rob. We saw him lead open with the 9-10 offsuit. No doubt he'll be thinking the same here.
Fold. 130. Raise to 130. Fold. Fold.
Jordan will raise to 130 with 3-4 of hearts. Alan won't play. And Josh, you'd have to think, with 10-7 offsuit from the big blind, has a decision to make.
Call.
And he will come in for an additional 70k. So we are heads up to the flop now.
Heads up.
Flop
Ace,
comes
queen,
ace,
king,
queen,
bet.
king, 2 diamonds.
Check.
Josh still out in front, but he can't be feeling too comfortable, especially when he's up against our chip leader Jordan here, Tony.
No, he cannot, although this board texture
Bet 150.
much better for him than the big blind. One where he should be continuation betting 100%. And I do think Josh was a little ambitious in defending this hand pre-flop. I think this type of defend is something that you do earlier on in the tournament when you're not under as much ICM pressure and when every big blind isn't so precious in creating separation between you and Jared. He elects to call on the flop. Also not a huge fan of that. I didn't quite catch the sizing. I'm guessing it was pretty small, but again, feels just a little loose, a little ambitious. And if you feel confident that Jordan's going to shut down and play
375.
really passive following the flop, okay, maybe. But as we see, Jordan continues to barrel with 4-3 suited. So I do think Josh bleeds a bit there in a way he really didn't have to. And it tells me a bit about how he might not be as studied in ICM as some other players are, because that's the kind of call that you make earlier in the tournament, but which, if you study the charts at a final table, you see like, oh wow, like I'm not even supposed to call 10-8 offsuit there, let alone 10-7. I have to wait for like 10-9-0, and you're really forced to constrict your big blind defending range, particularly when you're in a spot where you and another player are sort of tied for the
Raise to
short stack, and
135.
every big blind is so crucial.
Fold.
Couldn't agree more. Would love to see Jordan's cards, though. He's done this to us twice now. We do enjoy our mystery hands at our final table. However, he will open again for 135,000. Josh won't play this one. Jared is out also, and our chip leader continues to improve his stack, albeit by small increments. Let's bring out some new cards. And the man who was once our short stack, Jared Thatcher, in 5th place at the moment. Josh Chen falling behind with a bit of work to do. And for those of you watching, I hope you're learning just as much as I am. It's good to be with you, Tony Dunst. I certainly have picked up some new terminology, which I'll need to improve my poker knowledge on for next time for sure.
Yeah, my pleasure. And just kind of to bookend that thought about Josh's defend there, we never really know what a player's motivations are going into the final table, and some guys have the mentality of FICM. I'm just here to try and like win a trophy and see how high up I can get. And if that's the case, then yeah, I'm sure defending 10-7 does win chips there. It's just for the purposes of ICM, you're not supposed to defend as loose. But if Josh came here telling himself like, I'm trying to, you know, be first or last, basically, I don't really care about moving up one spot in the pay ladder, then there's nothing wrong with defending that 10-7. Around a Jared here with the 4s, facing the open from Corey. This is another good example of a spot where if we're just playing for chips, I think Jared has an all-in. However, because of the ICM pressure and because Josh is now shorter than him, it becomes much closer, but he's still going to go for it here. And fortunately for him, Corey opening 8-7 suited doesn't have a decision, and so Jared continues to build on the distance between himself and Josh. Has almost twice as many chips now, so for a guy who came in with 5
Yes.
big blinds, he's sitting quite comfortably.
Well, he was right on cue there. You certainly caught it, Tony. He had a decision to make, decided to go with it, moved all in, and
Fold.
Corey given no choice but to fold. Action back round to Alan now.
Fold.
He'll bow out. Josh would love to know what these gentlemen have.
Raise to 125.
Well, whatever it is, Josh wants to get involved here. He's down to about 14 blinds.
Fold. Cool.
Jordan in the big blind is in the opposite position of Josh, where he gets to defend very loose from the big blind.
Heads
He
up.
gets to play lots of hands. He gets to peel the flop quite loose and put pressure on his opponents on the turn river. This board, Queen 7-5, though, not one that will make continuing very natural for Jordan.
100K.
Josh, however, he will continue. Looks like 100,000. And if you're in Jordan's spot here, Tony, what do you do?
I would just fold, but he's not going to do that. It seems like his strategy today is to just put his opponent in maximum pain, maximum difficult decisions. This is quite a good card for him, one that he could consider leading. It's a really favorable card for the big blind, and a card that gives him a gut shot to the 4, gives him some outs. He seems to be considering that. And this is not a board that should be very favorable to Josh. If Josh doesn't have like an overpair or a queen, when you're facing this lead, your life sucks. And so I really like this decision from Jordan. If you're going to do something like peel a flop with as little of a hand as Jack 3 offsuit and just backdoor draws, this is exactly the kind of turn you should look to lead. He may have led a bit too big, in my opinion. I don't think he really needs to bet this big when that essentially commits
10 seconds.
Josh here, and you could probably bet like quarter or third pot and accomplish the same thing, and instead he's bet more like half pot. And so now if Josh were to jam on him, you know, he ends up having to fold for less than a min raise. But overall, I like his philosophy so far at this final table, which is I'm going to be loose, I'm going to be aggressive, I'm going to put my opponents to difficult decisions.
10 seconds.
Well, he's certainly got the chips to do it. And speaking of decisions, Josh has bought himself some time, and it looks like he may have to use another time.
Call.
He's
Well,
going to go for it.
he's going for it.
Yeah. No, he called, actually. So he's only going to have... And I do wonder if we're reading this correct, because it looks like he has way more than 250 behind, right? Those are 25K chips. It looks like he has like 650 behind, and in that case, leading 350K makes a bit more sense. I was like, why is he leading so big?
Yes.
Imagine finding a 4 on this river, though.
Let's see who we go. The river
10 of hearts.
is the 10 of hearts.
Check a bit.
Mostly inconsequential card. He's going for it, Jordan all in. Oh, man. Oh, he came to play today. This is going to be fun.
Well, he said he was bringing the pressure,
Yeah.
and that looks like a very uncomfortable man with a tough decision to make,
I
Tony.
wonder what he has, like 9s? I think if he had a queen, his money would have been in on the turn.
Well, no,
Oh, he got him.
that looked painful too.
Oh.
Wow. Wow, there's a reason those chips are
Wow.
in seat number 3.
That
Goodness
was a
me.
really cool hand from Jordan. You know, I was critiquing the flop call is overly loose, but if you're just going to lead turn, blast river, and put your opponent in a nightmare scenario, that's how you make up for being a little splashy on the flop. A really cool hand from our chip leader, and probably indicative of why he is our chip leader.
Absolutely. I would have loved to have known what Josh had there. That would have been very interesting to see.
It feels like
I think you may be right, though. Nines is
the
a great
most
assessment.
sensible hand. 9s or jacks, maybe.
Raise to 125.
Because yeah, I don't think he's folding the queen. If he has ace high diamonds, I don't know that he really has that much of a decision on the river. certainly possible he had ace high diamonds. Facing an open now from Alan,
10
our second
seconds.
biggest stack. Josh all in for what looks to be around 6 and change.
Might just be under 6. 5. Looks like 580. No,
680.
you're correct. Just over 680.
And that is enough to have some fold equity against this open. It's 11 blinds.
580.
Alan
580, yeah, 580.
seems to have a genuine decision here, wants a count. It is mystery hand versus mystery hand violence right now.
Hold. And hold.
He's going to let it go, though.
Great play by Alan. My apologies, Josh. Not too sure he had much else of a choice there, Tony.
Right. Yeah, he seemed to have a pretty clear decision based on the speed with which he moved in. Alan seemed like he did have kind of a borderline hand. Trying to think what you would need to call there. I think you would fold ace 10, call ace queen, and ace jack is kind of your decision hand. And then for the pairs, pairs are less fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
I doubt he would ever fold eights.
Fold,
Probably
fold,
calling sevens, so somewhere around sixes.
fold.
Round to our chip leader, Jordan on the button.
Raise to 150. Fold.
Alan with a reasonable hand to defend in the big blind.
Now, I don't think we're going to see anything crazy between these two. They both have the most amount of
No.
chips at the table, and I think Jordan will be quite happy to take that one down.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a telling fold from Alan, because his hand is worth a call, and he has so many chips that he doesn't really need to worry about playing a pot that will either bust him or cripple him at this final table. He can just plan to mostly check all three streets unless he really connects, and it just goes like bet check on the flop and turn. King 7 should be good enough to make that call, and the fact that he elects to fold it up against our chip leader tells me that Alan's approach to this final table, and especially against Jordan, is going to be on the conservative side, which is not unreasonable, but you want to make sure not to get
Raise
bulldozed.
to 125.
Well, he's doing plenty of that. As our chip leader, Jordan Bautista. He's out of this one, but Corey Kempson opens with Jack 10 offsuit. You like the move there?
Yeah, I do like the open, and this is again a situation where if Alan wanted to take the gloves off a bit, he could 3-bet that King 6 suited, because Corey's a middling stack. He's got him comfortably out chipped. Yes, he would probably be committed to calling Josh's all in, which isn't ideal, but still, when you have a hand like medium suited kings in the small blind, you know, you can 3-bet, put a ton of pressure back on Corey. Corey kind of has to like fold everything, and yeah, strangely enough, our chip tracker there shows Corey is the short stack. That's not true. Maybe that was VPIP. I missed it. I just saw the percentages there and Corey at the bottom, so I'm guessing that was VPIP, which for those unfamiliar with the acronym is voluntarily put money in the pot. And that's what it should be. As the like third shortest stack, Corey probably should be the tightest player. But yeah, worth pointing out that Alan had a hand where if his mentality was, I'm gonna mess up anybody shorter than me and put tons of pressure on them, you can 3-bet like all of the suited kings there, or some of the suited kings. King 6 suited are pretty good candidate. But if your mentality is, I'm gonna play conservative until a couple of players go out and make sure that I don't lose a bunch of
Raise to
chips,
120.
then you see the preference towards folding. Rob here will open the King 10 of hearts.
Fold.
Over to Corey now. He has our mystery hand. Love a good mystery hand.
10 seconds.
Two guys with similar chip stacks.
Raise to 350.
I believe he's announced a 3-bet.
Fold.
And he will come in for 350,000.
Fold.
Jared is out, and a decision now for Rob in seat number 1.
Most players would fold in Rob's shoes, but that earlier 3-bet of the 9-8 offsuit leads me to believe that Rob might be a little bit looser than some other players at this final table. I'm curious to see what he'll do with the king 10 suited.
Fold.
Does make the fold. I like that fold. Again, these two as our middling stacks, with Jared and Josh being really short. Not really short, but like a fair bit shorter than both of them. Those two middling stacks have the strongest incentive to avoid playing large pots, to avoid playing, 3-bet and then call pots.
Yes.
I do wonder if you're in Rob's shoes. Like, this is where ICM gets so weird
60.
and counterintuitive. Earlier in a tournament, you would have plenty of calls in his shoes. You would probably
Raise
even
to
call the king 10
125.
suited, and you would have a decent amount of hands such as pairs, some of the suited aces, some of the suited broadways that would call and go to a flop, ace queen offsuit. I don't know if Rob is supposed to do any calling of that
Call
3-bet there,
125.
and I could definitely be wrong, but it's one of those spots where the ICM pressure is so high that, like, it may be that your strategy is like clicky 4-bet or fold if you were to like run it through a solver or something. Again, this is starting to stretch my expertise on ICM poker and sort of shows you the difference between a guy like myself and like the very, very best players in the game who study these kind of things obsessively. Like, it's such a like unusual spot that you encounter, such a rare spot that you encounter unless you're playing tournaments all the time, and especially these like shorter fields where you make more final tables but then have to navigate ICM. Guys like I'm good friends with, Seth Davies,
Yes.
Dan Smith. I ran into Jason Kuhn in Barcelona. Guys
Wow.
like that would have like a really firm answer for you about exactly how he's supposed to play that spot. But intuitively, it feels like you might not be allowed to do any calling there in the world of ICM. But we will cut that thought off to talk about Josh being all in over the top of Allen here.
He is indeed. Just over 600,000, and Allen certainly taking his time with this one. One thing we do know is if he does call, we'll actually find out what cards they have. I think we've had more than our fair share of mystery hands at our final table.
Raise to 2 million.
Oh, and it's because Jordan Bautista is still considering things here.
Right.
Call. Yep.
And it looks like he's made the call. And Josh here with the King Jack moved all in over the top of Allen, which close decision with the King Jack there. As our shortest stack and facing a player who's going to open fairly wide on the cutoff, certainly worth considering. And Jordan with the 7s elects to make the call.
Oh, and he's hit a set here.
Oh, did he really?
Yes.
And this is just over. Josh, who came in comfortably ahead of Jared, unfortunately sees everything go wrong, and he's going to be our 6th place finisher. He came in with 2 million, good for 33 blinds, and really everything went right for Jared, everything went wrong for Josh, and he loses a flip in the end to our chip leader, Jordan there, scoring the first elimination of this final table. If I remember right, we'll probably have it on the screen in a moment. 6th place was a little over 100,000 AUD. I want to say about 110, 115, right in that territory. And we'll have the exact figure in just a moment here.
So you're the small blind and big blind.
Well, congratulations to Josh Chen. He'll take just over 100,000 back home to New Zealand. Not too sure what the currency conversion rate is there, but no doubt he'll be happy. And what a way to continue the onslaught for Jordan Bautista. Tony, he is on a rampage here.
60K.
Yeah, he lost that earlier all in with the queens up against the ace-3. But a pretty crucial one to win there with the 7s versus King Jack. Repairs any of the damage he suffered in that hand.
Fold.
Further builds his distance over the rest of the field. He takes a walk there. It's a good update on our chip counts. Jared Thatcher at 1.3 million, the short stack now, but he has 21, 22 blinds, so he's not desperate at all.
Well, if it's anyone who'd be happy with that elimination, it would be Jared. I mean, he came in so short that 6th place was almost a luxury for him. He will now be guaranteed almost
140, I believe?
roughly.
Yeah.
Yes.
30. 60, sorry. 60.
Just like studying. It's like math. Now I start to think you're angling me about this low for time making. kept timing you, didn't I? So I clearly didn't want to play more hand.
Yeah, I know, but I think you're just doing it because you.
It's up to you, just in case.
Back to the action now, chip leader, Jordan Bautista. Pocket tens now.
150.
We spoke earlier. Oh, interesting. I think Corey's going to need to take a flop, and that's
Call
what
one.
he'll do. We spoke earlier about how when a middling stack is in the small blind against Jordan, he should basically limp everything.
King 5
But when
7.
Jordan is the small blind against a middling stack, he should basically raise everything. Not literally,
125.
but he should have a very raise-heavy strategy. So no surprise that he starts off with a raise holding the tens, an actual premium hand.
Oh,
And on king 7-5, a good enough board for Corey's ace-6 where he has the 3 straight and ace high. He's aware as he turns the open-ender that Jordan is going to be opening extremely wide from the small blind, so still having ace high on the flop is a decently strong holding. Jordan here, undeterred by the king high board, wants to continue betting. Merit to both betting and checking on this turn. Jordan's tendency so far seems to lean aggressive when in doubt, and it's kind of blocker sized here as he does get a bit more value. So nice bet from Jordan. We go to a river and it's a jack.
Take a bet.
Not one that Jordan will love. He might still block, but he elects to check. Corey quite reasonably checks behind. And Jordan's tens. Basically extract the maximum there.
Yeah, I think he'd be quite happy with that result there,
Yeah.
Tony. I don't think could have got any more out of Corey in that situation. So we take a look at our payouts. Sixth place for Josh 10. I think we were almost on the money there. 116,656. And now our former short stat rather, Jared Thatcher, guaranteed $150,458 again. Top prize remains $558,000 plus a ticket to the WPT World Champs in your hometown, Tony Dunst, in Las Vegas. Will we see you at the World Champs?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I am a Vegas local, and so that one's on my home turf. Although I often move to the Wynn for the month of December because we are just so busy during that time.
Yes.
We'll talk about that a little more in a moment.
Please.
Corey has aces in the small blind, and yeah, really cool to see him limping in here. We talked about, when you're in middling stack and you're in the small blind, there's a short stack. You should basically limp everything. And that includes limping your strong hands, so the big blind can't just abuse you and know that, he's just going to limp his medium strength hands and raise his really good ones. And that's exactly the adjustment that Corey makes here by limping the aces. So this flop is quite a bad one for him. Thankfully, Alan hasn't hit. Maybe some people would watch this, and if Alan had, 7-5 offsuit, they would say, this limp really backfired. Corey should have raised him out. But no, I think Corey's played this perfectly. And this is a board that is really not good for his hand and not particularly good for his range. So I love the approach he's taking to this hand. And Alan so far not taking the bait. I will say the one adjustment you could make is if you knew in Corey's shoes that Alan was leaning conservative thus far, maybe you would make an exploit by raising your stronger hands in the small blind a little bit more. But you can't really know that based off of a few orbits of play. Correct me if I'm wrong, these players do not have access to their phones.
Absolutely they don't.
So they don't get fed any information about how their opponents are playing. You just have to kind of guess from what you've seen out of Alan as to what his approach is. So given the information available to Corey, I love how he played that hand.
Yes. They surrendered their phones prior to. The only ones that can see what they have are us and those watching at home, as we thank you for joining us. Whether you're on Twitch or our official Facebook page, it is good to have your company. Alan Pham, king 5 offsuit from the small blind. And he's got Jared behind him.
All in.
Just gonna jam. I really like that shove.
All in. Oh.
And Jared has about 20 blinds and faces a decent amount of ICM pressure. Really good recognition of the situation from Alan, and those like middling offsuit kings, maybe even every offsuit king, is just sort of just good enough to jam there. and benefits a lot from getting folds, whereas if you raise and get called, it doesn't play that well post flop. So I like the decision to shove there. We see Jordan here with the ace 10. And I do question whether the Hendon Mob profile I was looking at belonged to this Jordan Bautista, because he's not really playing like a guy who just, you know, has low stakes tournaments on his resume. He's much more loose aggressive so far. Again, you don't really know what you're gonna get, and like, it's so much easier to study poker than it used to be, and to evolve your game quickly if you make the time commitment. When I came into the game, you know, the resources were quite limited. We were all sort of like guessing and feeling it out. I remember, this is like 2002 or 2003. I was late in high school. It was around the time poker was starting to blow up with WPT and the World Series on it was ESPN and Travel Channel respectively at the time, and I went looking for the best book I could find about tournament poker, and back then it was something called like Winning Tournament Poker by TJ Cloutier. TJ's legend of the game.
Oh, yes.
We love TJ. But if you looked at the example hands in the book, they were wildly different and deficient on information from what you would get today. Like, I remember posting one of them on Twitter a year or two ago, and in the example hand, it didn't really say what anybody's stack size was. It didn't really say what positions were. The way we talked about poker, it was like kind of this big mystery box, and we were all trying to suss it out. And now we have these incredible and highly specific programs to use. But let's end that thought for now as we see Jordan with a pair of jacks up against Corey's open. Corey's opening from the hijack here. It says under the gun, but he is the hijack.
4 million. Raise to 4 million.
And I think Jordan jammed?
I think he did.
Yeah.
And Corey wasting no time letting that one go. Doesn't want to tango with the chip leader here, Tony.
So that's the first play that Jordan has made that does make me think maybe he's not like super well studied, because that was an almost 50 big blind jam. It's just like way overkill against a guy who, and with a hand that your opponent will just never really call off with worse. Like, in many ways, Jacks is sort of, I don't want to be too critical, but in some ways it's sort of like the exact wrong hand to jam all in there. Okay, it's not like you jammed 7-2 offsuit or something like that, but the problem with jamming Jacks is your opponent will probably find the fold with 10s, so you never get any calls, and definitely find the fold with 9s. So you're never really getting called in a spot where you dominate. Your opponent, yeah, he's going to fold like ace-queen, and he's going to have a weird decision with ace-king, but I don't know that you really accomplish very much by just shoving Jacks there, and I don't know that 50 blinds effective, you should really have any shoving range at all. And so I can understand how he came to that conclusion and why Jacks are often a hand people choose to rip in around those stack sizes, but it's not really what you should do there. Hey, he's the chip leader here. He's in good shape, and we're about to go on break. So we'll have more coming up after this. We are back from break where 5 players remain at our WPT Australia final table. Here at the Star Sydney, these guys battling it out for 558,000 AUD up top and a seat to the WPT World Championship. We are now playing 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. Jordan Bautista remains well out in front. Although Jared Thatcher, perhaps the man of the moment in those early orbits, coming in with 5 big blinds, doubling up multiple times through 3-outers, winning some crucial pots, and leaping up at least 1 spot in the payout ladder leaderboard, and locking up 150,000, I believe, right?
Correct, sir. I believe it's just over $156,000 guaranteed for our 5th place finisher. But as you mentioned, they've all got their eyes firmly set
80,000.
on over $500,000 plus a trip to Las Vegas. It must be nice. And that man right there on screen, Jordan Bautista, King 7. He has a mountain of chips in front of him.
Raise to 160. Fold, fold.
And I don't think we've spoken about anyone more so than Jordan Bautista and Jared Thatcher. So, the big stack and the former short stack. Attracting most of the attention here on our final table. And there you have our aggression frequency.
In the high school home games I used to play, we talked about whoever was building a huge stack is building walls. You would just have so many chips, you'd have like this wall in front of you. And Jordan has a real wall going on right now where if you like spread them horizontally,
Yep.
would cover half the table.
80.
He would indeed. Ace 7 off for Jordan now. I don't think he's going to be going anywhere with this one.
No, I think he should continue to open basically any ace in any position until somebody puts a stop to it. And I don't know that anybody at this table will. I mean, Allen is in the best position to do so, and that doesn't seem to be his prerogative for the
Raise
early
to
levels. He
175.
seems content to
Fold.
mostly play conservative, pick his spots. Jared here with a really nice hand to move in over the top, and he has just enough chips to still have fold equity the times Jordan has the ace X's of the world, so this may work out perfectly for him. He
All
is
in.
all in.
Right on cue there, Jared Thatcher, all in for just under $1 million. Goodness me, look at Rob. He needs a count here, Tony.
And I do think Rob should go for this one.
930.
The chance to knock out Jared is really big. You don't need to worry about Jordan having a better pair that often. He's
955,
just going to be
sorry.
opening so wide on this stack size.
955.
But, of course, worth considering everything about this spot. It's not like some easy automatic spot for Rob here with the 10s. But I do think his hand is good enough that he should be moving in here, take the chance to knock out Jared.
Well, I wanted to ask you that. What impact does it have on Rob with Jordan behind him?
A little, not a lot.
Yeah.
Because Jordan is going to be opening
All
really
in?
wide. And yes,
There it
Rob
is.
does make the all-in with the 10s here. And,
Wow.
you know, when you see that jam in Jordan shoes, you're like, ugh, I'm dead. And instead you see that you're flipping, which is a fantastic result for Jordan. Like, you get the dead money from Jordan out there, and now Jared finds the jack on the flop. And so, like, he can not quite cripple Rob, but, like, really put a dent in him, though Rob turns the heart flush draw, and the 3 on the river, no good. It was the ace 7 of Jordan, our chip leader, that would have ended up winning this pot. Instead, the king jack suited of Jared Thatcher wins this. He's going to be back above, when you think about this, like $3.5 million or something like that.
Roughly. Good. Can you believe that?
I don't believe. Well, is that 1.7 correct? I guess he was. No, I think he has more than that because I'm pretty sure he had like 900K or $1 million before that all in. So I think our chip counter, RFID, whatever you want to call
Yes.
it, there is a little bit off.
We're just a little bit off there on
Yeah.
the screen there, folks.
I think that was a good play from Rob. I like his decision to go for it. But yeah, an ideal hand to see facing that much action for Jared, who continues to kind of sun-run this final table. And he's 3 for 3 in all-ins, 2 of which he was 30% in.
Well, it was his prophetic vision that he would have 10 double-ups in order to win this final table. So he's got
That's
3,
three.
Tony. He's got 7 to go.
He's a third of the way there.
Yes.
Pretty damn good.
80,000.
Yep, he can pick him, Jared Thatcher. And
Big one.
Rough hit for Rob. Now he's the clear short stack. He's got around 12 blinds or something like that. And going to need some help and win a few all-ins of his own. Otherwise, he will be our 5th place finisher. As it folds to him in the small blind, I believe here. No, actually, it's over to Jared, and he's going to open this button. With his
Raise to
newfound chips.
160. Fold.
160,000 is the raise. from Jared Thatcher. Jordan Bautista now. You have to think unless it's
Fold.
tragically bad, he'll let it go, and he does release. Jared Thatcher picking up chips as he goes on our final table.
Jordan, the chip leader, with the iced out watch here at the final table. I don't know the first thing about watches. I couldn't spot a real from a fake if you put a gun to my head. But no matter what happens at this final table, he can afford one hell of a watch.
Indeed, I'm sure he'll treat himself when
Yeah.
he gets back to the Golden State.
Fold.
King 10 now for Corey. He won't play. Alan Pham, easy decision with 6-3 offsuit. And now our short stack on the button, Tony. What's he got?
He's got a decision.
He does.
10 seconds.
Something to consider for the short stacks around this table
Raise
is
to
that none of the
160.
medium stacks have shown a likelihood of going out early or putting themselves at risk unnecessarily. And so if you're the shortest stack, you know, if you think there's a little bit of edge to be gained from opening or jamming, take it. Don't try and just wait for a better spot. And he does make the min raise here on the button and gets a call from our chip leader in the small blind. Now Corey in the big blind, I believe, made the call as well. It is a trio of mystery hands. The only one we know for sure is Alan's Junkie 6-3, and he's not in the hand.
Well, it's information nonetheless, none that we need
Yeah.
right now, and hoping.
Here we
that-
go. We got an.
Oh!
Oh, that is why Rob was min raising the button. I was like, oh, he's got like 12 blinds. You know, if he's min raising, it should be something really good. It's the best one. And yeah, he's not in the small blind. He's in the button
Okay.
right now.
Check.
Wow.
Yeah, because there should be a very narrow range of hands that he's min raising the button with, and that's like premium holdings and some stuff like Queen 9 offsuit, you know, like Queen 8 suited, King X suited, King 9 offsuit, things like that. And then the hands that you're inducing with, the aces, the kings, probably jacks plus, I would say.
Check.
And we need to get a look at this flop because he's elected to check behind, so I wonder if it's quite a coordinated or maybe a paired board. You know, if you get a flop like, let's say, Jack 6-6, it's so favorable for the big blind to have the pair. Although when you're that short, exercising pot control not quite as important. Wow, Jordan Bautista, yeah, low
wow.
board, and that's why you see the check behind. Jordan Bautista making quite a savvy call in the small blind pre-flop because normally you would just not necessarily move all in, but you would commit Rob with this hand in the small blind. But I wonder if he believes that Rob is a bit unbalanced in his opening range on the button and only opening the min with his strongest holdings and maybe a bit deficient in the hands that are raised folding. And so he elects to just call in the small blind with ace 10. That said, with the two flush draws out there and the lack of fives available to Jordan,
Fold.
Rob is not going to be folding his aces here. Like, he didn't play his hand here to end up folding, barring some nightmare run out. And I don't know if there's really a river that would cause him to fold.
King of hearts.
Well, hopefully we can get a glimpse of what the river was,
A 5 would lead to a chop pot.
which would be Jordan's only hope of taking this one down.
Yeah.
Otherwise, depending on what that river is, Rob should be in good shape here,
King.
and he is.
Yeah, that might end up saving Jordan some chips here because it's not a great card for him. Yeah, he does end up checking here. I like that decision. Rob reaches quite quickly. I mean, he only has about 2/3 pot behind. And yeah, so unlikely that Jordan has a 5 or a set here. Should
Check.
probably just go for it and try and extract a little more, but he elects to check behind. Again, not crazy. Anytime we're dealing with ICM situations, you get to a river and it's really difficult for you to be called by a worse hand if you move in. A lot of merit to checking behind.
Well, he played that quite nicely in the end there. I'm wondering if he would have got a call from Jordan had he jammed pre-flop, Tony. What do you think?
Yes, I do think he gets
100%.
called.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he gets called if he jams. Not that I think he misplayed the aces. I think he still wants to have some induces and some min-raise folds on the button. And aces are like the #1 inducing hand there. So that's not to critique the decision to min-raise. I think it was a savvy one. But also you always, if you find out that your opponent had ace-10, you're like, you know?
Yeah, certainly.
Fold.
As they say, it's always easier when you can see the cards.
Put it this way, if you knew that Jordan was not going to 3-bet and commit you with ace-10 in the small blind there, then you should be open jamming the aces because you expect the small blind to put you in with that hand,
Definitely.
especially with the chip lead.
Call. Options.
Corey, though, gonna limp in with the king-6. Alan with the 7-deuce has one of these hands that's so bad that facing a limp from a middling stack, he should do a decent amount of raising here. Like, it's hard if you look at a chart of what hands you're supposed to raise at what frequency in Alan's shoes. A lot of these like bad gapper
Raise at
hands
260?
raise somewhere around half the time. Like sometimes it's a third, sometimes it's 2/3. If you want to give yourself a simple rule about how to play these spots, just raise all your really disconnected junk about half the time and randomize in game. And Alan has found the raise here up to 260, and Corey has exactly the kind of on the fence hand
10 seconds.
that is in an unenviable spot to play.
Raise to 575.
Oh, is he gonna
wow.
limp re-raise? Oh, super sneaky here. Interesting play from Corey.
Well, we've seen this many a times. We know that he can mix it up when it counts, and this is certainly the perfect spot to do it. And look at this.
Yeah.
Fold.
Just picks Alan off just like that. Goodness me, what a play from Corey.
Corey, for a guy who is mostly a cash game player, has shown a nice sensitivity to how ICM affects things and a pretty good feel for these funky tournament spots
80,000.
at the final table. So I was speaking to him before this final table got underway, and we really tried to say, I'm mostly a cash guy. I'm no tournament expert, this and that. But thus far, playing pretty expert poker there with the king-9 suited. I think Rob should probably still open that one. It is not fun to be open raising too much in that position. You do need to constrict your range, but king-9 suited probably just good enough to be worth it. And fortunately for him, Corey with the
175.
queens on the button has the premium.
Fold.
He'll raise the 175. And Jared Thatcher, you'd have to think,
Fold.
doesn't have much thinking to do. Corey Kempson, 2 for 2 now.
I love that Jordan Bautista has an absolute mountain of chips, but according to our tracker, he's
Yeah.
clear short stack.
Yeah, I'd probably pay more attention to what you see on screen
Yeah.
as opposed to our skewered numbers,
Yeah.
of course. And speaking of our chip leader, King, Queen of clubs. He's under the gun behind Rob in the big blind. No doubt we'll see an open here to the value
Raise.
of what appears to be 160,000. 170 to be correct.
Fold. Fold.
Round to Rob in the big blind. With ace 4. Good enough hand to take a flop here, especially against chip leader. That said, again, ace-x offsuit does shrink up from the big blind quite a bit. Like earlier in the tournaments, we just don't really fold very much ace-x in the big blind to an open. At a final table, like if you were a middling stack facing this open from like a early position, middle position chip leader, I do think you should fold. Here, as our short stack, although I don't know exactly how much distance is between himself and Jared, especially after winning that pot with aces. It's pretty close. I would be more willing to call ace 4 than something like ace 6 or ace 7 offsuit, where you at least have the possibility of making a wheel or flopping a wheel draw that will give you additional outs. So I think that ace 4 decision is quite close. Especially since the chip
Raise to
leader is opening the
175.
hijack and
Folds.
not like under the gun 1 or something.
Absolutely.
This
Folds.
open from Corey is the first one I've seen where I think a little bit of his tournament inexperience is showing. These small pairs play very poorly as a middling stack at the final table. Not a big fan of this open, and I think he should probably wait for something like 6s or 7s before he opens here. So quite a few pips too wide. And then earlier we saw Jordan jam his jacks. I actually think jamming something like these 5s would make more
Raise 700.
sense given the stack distribution, and now we're at like 40-80. He makes it 700K. I think when we 3-bet fold here, we would much rather have a blocker to our opponent having a hand that can jam. So I'd rather see him make this 3-bet bluff with the Ace X offsuit and the King X offsuits of the world, and maybe just rip the 5s or just call them. They're deep enough. I don't know that he really needs to rip it. He decides to 3-bet, and it does generate the fold. So a nice win there. Weird spot in Jordan's shoes with the 5s at that stack size and with the stack distribution. You could make an argument for shoving. Maybe you're only supposed to call, and that's just too many chips. It's weird. If you were to like study an ICM chart at some of these, it's like pocket 4s and 5s go all in, and then like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s all just call.
Raise to 160. Folds. Folds.
But the 3-bet not all in is a strange choice. Allen here. Been conservative, opens the 10-9 suited, and unfortunately for him, Jordan wakes up with Ace-King suited.
It's always interesting when you see the chip leader have all the chips and seemingly
All the cards.
exactly as well.
Raise to 900. Folds.
And that seems to be the case with Jordan Bautista. Back to
Yeah.
Allen now.
I like his sizing. He's gone pretty big here. Even I would argue maybe a hair too big. He's gone to like 11 and a half blinds almost. These guys are pretty deep though, so it's not like crazy.
Well, these two are leading the way in terms of our chip counts at our final table, and you'd have to think Allen wouldn't want to tangle with that. He doesn't.
Yeah. Good example of a spot where earlier on in the tournament you would just never dream of folding 10-9 suited, 80, 100 blinds deep, hijack for a small blind. But at a final table, when you're second in chips up against the chip leader, I don't feel good about calling 10-9 suited there. Last thing you want to do is like play some huge pot versus the chip leader and either
Small blind.
risk end up playing a
8,000.
pot where you end up all in by the river, or even just getting one of your legs cut out, and now you're like one of the middling stacks with the rest of these guys and
Folds.
just bleeding.
80.
I like his decision to fold very
Folds.
much.
Jordan Bautista, speaking of getting all the cards, 2-4 on the button. He'll let that one go. Corey in the small
Fold.
blind elects to fold as well, and we are on to the next. And please ignore those chip counts on screen and pay attention to
Those are strictly theoretical.
to what you called earlier, Tony Dunce, the
Yeah.
Great Wall of Bautista
Yeah.
in front of our chip leader, who is well and truly out in front.
Who has like every dark blue chip on the
Yes.
table.
Yes, the scarcity going around the table in terms of our $100,000 chips. Stacked high in front of Jordan Bautista. Back to Alan Pham now, Jack 3 of diamonds from the small blind, with only Jared to act behind him.
In a spot where he can mix calls and raises, as long as he doesn't fold.
Raise.
He goes with the raise this
240.
time.
And this could get very interesting very quickly, as Jared Thatcher now has Queen 9 of diamonds.
Quite a nice hand to take a flop with.
And he will do just
Fold.
that. To the flop we go.
Ace 5-3.
Flop comes ace 5-3, no diamonds for either man.
better board for our aggressor. Of course, he's also flopped a pair, but
Yes.
just from a range standpoint, slightly better
135.
board. Jared
Fold.
not necessarily just going to rip in his aces pre. Many of them will call in position. He has a fairly strong range to get to the flop, a stronger one than our small blind. But yeah, having completely whiffed on ace 4-3, no surprise that he quickly concedes that one to Allen.
Once again, those prize payouts are guaranteed 153,458 for 5th place. We saw Josh Chen take home 116,600 in 6th place.
Fold.
And these 5 all playing for a top prize of $500,000 or just over. 9-10 of clubs now for Alan Tony.
Another chance at this one.
Yes,
This
deja
time,
vu almost.
yeah, with no chip leader get through. Honestly, a spot he should probably just open
Raise
shove,
160,
actually.
fold.
Into these two shorter stacks who both have somewhere around 20 blinds. This is a hand that doesn't play as well as a raise fold. I mean, he gets away with it, but actually plays very well as an all-in. If you do get called, it fares well seeing 5 cards. Good look at our payouts here, what these guys are playing for. But the 10-9 suited doesn't have the blockers to the type of hands your opponents are going to rejam with, whereas if you move all in and the big blind open, finds like ace X or even like a medium ace,
Fold.
he has to
8.
fold. You know,
Fold.
he's forced to just way overfold that spot and not call off and risk elimination.
Fold.
Same with pairs, like a bunch of his pairs that can jam over your button open are forced to fold. And so I do think the 10-9 suited plays best as an all-in against those stack sizes from the button. Round to Rob here.
Now he's going to come in with just a call. And, well,
Yeah, difficult to strike a balance in Rob's shoes between trying to realize your equity of these middling hands in the small blind and not just getting blasted out of every pot against Jordan, who again has one of these like offsuit disconnected hands
Ace
that should mix
9-3.
and raises a decent amount there. But you also need to be conscious of the fact that Rob's limping range is stronger than usual, so you can't just blindly raise every single time you look at a crappy hand.
now Rob's actually ahead here, according to our percentages, but I can't imagine he'd be too happy with that board seeing an ace out there.
Actually, I think it's fine for him
Yeah.
because the ace is a pretty neutral card here. He would mostly jam his aces, and Jordan would mostly raise or jam his
Raise
aces.
120.
The 9 is actually the card that should connect with both these guys more
False.
frequently because they're going to limp and check a lot of stuff like 9-8, 10-9, jack 9. So yeah, that ace it's almost like I would say like an invisible card. It almost like doesn't exist because both of you almost never have an ace in that exact scenario.
Yes.
It's sort of like an irrelevant card out there. Might as well be a joker.
Yeah.
You know?
We've certainly got a problem if we see a joker on the
Yeah,
flop.
yeah.
80,000.
Then we're making some phone calls.
Yes, we are.
Fold.
Back to the action here. Alan Pham out 9-4. Jared Thatcher, who will have
Raise
our
to
mystery
160.
hand, will raise to 160. And I'm hoping,
Fold.
Tony, that these mystery hands, we don't see too many more of them. Because we do need to see what these guys have, as well as do our fans at home watching. Thank you for joining us. And Jordan Bautista, Jack 7 of clubs.
Call.
Interesting.
Fold.
Looks like he's gonna call this one. Reasonable hand to make this call with. A hair looser than many players would. But I do think like Jack 8 and Jack 9 suited do a
9,
lot
2,
of
4.
calling here. So Jack 7 suited, a pretty reasonable hand to consider including in your calling range from the small blind. And we've seen Jordan just kind of want to get involved, want to call the flop wide, put his opponent in difficult decisions on the turn and river. So no surprise that he elects to continue with this one. And Yeah, again, a flop where, you know, every option sounds pretty reasonable.
325.
Call, raise, fold all have merit on this flop. I mean, he has the backdoor clubs and the backdoor straight draw, but he doesn't have any immediate outs to a strong hand other than a jack. This time he elects to fold, but like he had more hand here with jack 7 of clubs than
Yes.
he did earlier with that jack 3 offsuit on queen 7-5.
Yes.
So I wouldn't have been too surprised if he decided to check raise. And again, we talked about how when you call from the small blind, the cards that are really good for you are like 10, 8, and 9. We didn't talk about the 9, but it definitely is. So a spot where he could have looked to try and represent that he flopped top pair, he elects to fold, and we move on to Jared Thatcher finding pair of kings.
Well, the man who at one point was quite happy to play one hand opening
Raise
our
to
final
160.
table today finds himself with chips and pocket kings.
Fold.
Jared was all in and 3 outing on the very first hand.
He was.
Alan with a hand that I believe he'll call. With a hand that every now and then should actually just reshove all in as a bluff.
Fold.
It's these like low suited aces from the big blind facing the like cutoff and hijack raises in the 20 big blind territory that are occasionally used as the
Fold
3-bet
2-8.
bluff. And
Ooh,
what a flop
wow.
we got here. Alan with the ace high flush draw and the gut shot. And the king's feeling pretty good on 8-4 deuce, 2 clubs and a spade. I mean, good looking board for Jared's hand, great looking board for Alan's hand, and pretty tempting for Alan to just fast play his hand. Because you tell yourself like, oh, even in a disastrous scenario where I get the money in against the pocket kings of the world, I'm 50%.
Yeah.
And the times that my opponent has a superior ace and I check raise him off his hand, great, I was dominated and I got him off it.
Well, we know he's not folding.
Raise to
Yeah,
625.
he is going to check raise. And now the decision back to Jared, who could go either way. Merit to both calling and shoving when you have the blocker to both the clubs and the backdoor spades. A little more merit to calling because you're less concerned about a card peeling off that puts you in a murky situation. However, you
10
also are
seconds.
worried that
Call.
there's a turn card that could potentially shut down your action.
625.
But I like his decision to call here with specifically these kings. If I had red kings, I'd probably just be all in.
Jack of hearts.
Let's see what comes on the turn.
And barring an ace, and even an ace isn't that bad for Jared.
Yes.
I don't know how he would ever end up folding this hand. We didn't get
10
to see what the
seconds.
turn card
4
is,
million.
but Alan is reaching, and it looks like it's an all-in and a
Fold.
call. So
Oh,
what
wow.
is our turn card? That's going to determine everything. Jared backs up in his seat. It's a jack of hearts, so he's in
All right.
great shape going to the river. He's won 3 all-ins so
He
far.
has.
Will he win his 4th? Yes! A
He's-
7 of diamonds.
Gosh. That is 4 from 4 for Jared Thatcher, Tony. Goodness me. Can you believe that?
Woo. I don't know if Jared can believe it.
I doubt it. But man, the self-belief that he had coming into this one
1 million.
was second to none. And you can't fault Alan for that play, can you?
Not in the least. I like the line that he took. He just has so much equity against whatever he gets the money in against. And as I said on the flop, the times he gets Jared to fold a superior ace is such a big win.
Yep.
Or even just fold something like, you know, the Jack 10 suited or Queen Jack suited of the world that had 4 to 6 clean outs.
Well, there you have it. Your man from Sydney, Jared Thatcher, continues to stack chips 4 from 4. He's looking for 10 double-ups, according to his own word, chasing that $558,000 first prize, and he is well and truly on his way to do so. Rob Liu, Corey Kempson, Alan Pham, Jordan Bautista, they'll have something to say about that, but for the time being, Jared Thatcher on quite the roll here, Tony.
So I've been doing these streams and commentating final
Folds.
tables for 15 years now. I
Yes.
can firmly remember
Fold.
the biggest stack I ever saw finish in 6th. I cannot remember the shortest stack I ever saw finish in 1st,
Wow.
but I promise you it was more than 5 or 6 blinds. Like, if Jared somehow comes back and wins this thing, that will never be topped for the rest of my career.
Well, that's quite the compliment.
Yeah.
Possibly the greatest comeback in poker history, certainly here in Australia.
I do know that when Miss Rocky won the main
to
this
6.
year, I think it was in the final 30 or 20 players or something, he had like 3 blinds.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So
Yes.
that's pretty insane. But it's different when you're at the final table and you're just running out of room.
Mm-hmm. He's got just over 3 million in chips. Jared Thatcher,
Check.
he has Queen 9. Both him and Alan Pham will check it to the turn. And a
Queen
pair of
clubs.
queens now for Jared. And they seem to be making it a habit, these two, going head to head.
125.
Bet of 125,000. You have to think Jared won't be going anywhere. He will call.
Call.
Into the river we go.
Now I'm looking for a 5.
9 of clubs.
Otherwise,
Oh.
yeah, the 9 is going to give Jared 2 pairs. So if Alan turns his hand into a bluff here, which isn't crazy holding the 7 of clubs. You know, you can have 8-7 making a
300,
straight.
cool.
You can have a couple of clubs that made a flush. So I like his decision to turn his hand into a bluff. I didn't quite catch how large that pot was. My guess is his bluff was a bit undersized on the river. Like, it ended up saving him money because Jared has 2 pair and is never folding. But when you're holding the 7 of clubs and you're basically trying to say, hey, I've rivered a straight or a flush, a hand that can put a lot of money in the pot, you need to represent that by putting a lot of money in the pot. So I do think he would be better served to bluff
80.
larger on that river from a theory standpoint, but his decision to go smaller does save him chips this time.
Indeed it does. 9-10 of hearts for Jordan, our chip leader.
Raise
And I
to
think we had a more
175,
accurate
fold.
representation of our chip counts at the table. Corey Kempson, the short stack now. I think Rob just edges him by a few 100,000. And Alan Pham
Fold.
will let go of a6 of clubs, and it looks like
Not sure about that fold there from Alan. I
Yes.
think his hand on the button should probably look to get involved often by 3-betting. These like middling suited aces are some of our go-to 3-bets in ICM where you have room to 3-bet fold, especially up against a chip leader. I do think though that Alan has suffered numerous setbacks just in the last orbit. And what sometimes happens, especially if you're a player where you're playing this like bigger than usual final table, you tell yourself, oh man, I'm tired of bleeding chips. Like, this is a close situation. I'm just going to err on the side of caution.
Raise to 160.
Well, I was going to ask you what the logic was in laying down that a6, but he
Yeah.
picks up pocket 10s here, and that decision may serve in his favour.
Fold.
Nothing happening there for Rob with 9-4 of diamonds. And we'll wait and see what Jordan has.
He's got a calling
Oh.
hand.
Indeed he
Yeah.
does.
I don't know if Jared is Mr. Lucky at this final table right now. Alan's feeling like Mr. Unlucky.
386.
Yep. Certainly seems to be the case for those watching at home. We
Yeah.
are working on bringing you up to speed with the graphics on screen.
Great looking board for the pocket tens though. 8-6-3. There we go. Jordan with the bottom pair. So a great looking board. Under ICM, we tend to both reduce the frequency of our continuation bets and the size. Oh man, I was gonna. Oh no! Oh
wow.
no! I was gonna say though that like pocket tens are one of the top hands that I would continuation bet at a higher frequency and for a higher size. So I didn't really love the check back with the tens. I would rather check back something like queens plus on this 8-high board where there are fewer turn cards that can negate the strength of our hand. Instead, disaster scenario. You know, Alan gets what looks like a really safe turn card And instead, it's the dagger card. Jordan making trips here, and I expect he's going to check raise most of the time, and Alan is going to be in a horrible situation. I don't think that having bet the flop would have saved him, though, because Jordan's not going to fold a pair on the flop. Interesting. Just a call from Jordan. A little bit surprising. I think his hand does make a more natural raise if there's a flush draw out there. Oh, 8 on the river might save Alan some money here. And one that Jordan could consider leading.
Check.
He's going to check. Alan, yeah. Alan very content to check behind. Not terribly surprised. Perhaps a bit of meat left on the bone there for Jordan. I understand why he chose to call, though. But, like, Alan has been risk-averse enough. I would be concerned that he's going to underbluff river and miss thin value bets. And so if I'm Jordan and I make hands against Alan, I'm going to try and build the pot.
Yes.
And that's going to be echoed later on when I'm going to be the one trying to apply pressure by bluffing him. Like, I want to find ways to maximize the value when I make a hand and ways to maximize the pressure when I don't have a hand and not rely on Alan to generate my aggression.
Well, it was the worst possible card on the turn for Alan Pham and the best case scenario for our chip leader as he continues
Fold.
to add to his chip stack. And we find him with 2-4 offsuit in the small blind now up against Corey, who's the short stack.
Raise to 160.
And if anything, he'll try and continue this momentum with a raise to 160,000. So heads up to the flop we go. Corey Kempson, our short stack against our chip leader. The flop comes 10-5-3. Open-ended straight draw for Jordan and a pair of 10s top pair for Corey. Now I'll come to you on this one, Tony. Do you just get it all in here, or what are you thinking?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
He will lead though. 275,000.
I think facing a bet of that size as Corey and with a kicker this week, I'm mostly just calling and letting Jordan do the betting for me. Also, like, you have some protection against running straight cards. You know, if it comes running 6-4, you make the top end of the straight, which is really nice.
What was that?
Nothing wrong with raising here. Not at all. So, if Corey feels confident that his hand is best and that it's worth, you know, playing it all in, I just feel like with the chips distributed the way they are, yeah, this is exactly what you want to avoid. I think Jordan has moved all in, and this is like a disaster for Corey. He has to call, he has to play this all in, but now he's going to bust a third of the time. And that's what's really the problem with raising the flop here, because you really, really don't want to be playing spots where you're going to bust like a third or 4 on the turn. So additional outs for Jordan going to the river looking for a deuce is one of them. Oh no, Corey Kempson gets it in good, but gets daggered on the river. He is going to be our 5th place finisher. Oh, yeah, that is a brutal beat to take there. But look, you know, Jordan did have about 33% equity there. Like, therein lies the danger of building that pot.
Well, when you're hot, and Jordan Bautista is just that. And as the old saying goes, when you're not, you're not. But congratulations to Corey Kempson, 5th place, Tony.
Yeah, 153,458 for the Cash Game Pro from Australia. Really nice score to add to his resume. I believe the 2nd largest score on his resume.
I believe so. And for the Brisbane native, he will go back to Queensland 150k richer. Congratulations, Corey.
80.
But Jared Bautista, I mean, you couldn't script how well this man is running at this final table, but also over the last couple of days, I don't think I can remember a time where he was ever in a spot of bother. And when you got that many chips, 10-6 offsuit almost looks like aces. So as we take a look at the leaderboard, 21 million in chips for Jordan Bautista, and you know these guys need a miracle to chase him down, don't they?
Well, Jared Thatcher is specializing in miracles.
He is.
So
Yes.
let's not count him out.
No, definitely not. I mean,
Yeah.
if we had to put our money on someone to challenge Jordan at the moment, you'd have to go with Jared, considering the way he's run. He said he needed 10 double ups. He's got 4, 6 more, and he could find himself
Fold.
in a better position than what he started this final table today.
Well, 4 double ups, but I think that's his first walk.
Yeah. And he will take that.
He's in second right now, which is just wild.
It's
you know?
insane.
Come in with 5 blinds, 4-handed, you're in second chip position. The very good chance at working your way to heads up.
I mean, the power of self-belief for a guy who we know when he has chips, he can play some serious poker. But speaking of chips,
Fold.
Jordan Bautista
Fold.
won't play the 10-7. King 7 of diamonds now for Jared.
Raise.
Just going to move in on Rob in the big blind.
To 1,040,000. Fold.
And we didn't get to find out what Rob held that hand, but it wasn't good enough to call. Rob, yeah. Holding
Yeah.
12-ish blinds, I want to say. So I understand why Jared elected to jam, because he's got one of those hands where if he limps
80.
and Rob jams, it's not quite good enough to call, but it's like one of the best hands you have to fold. And anytime you find yourself with that kind of holding, it means you should probably be the one jamming yourself. Like maybe King Jack suited, he should limp in, and then if Rob jams, he can call and sometimes be dominating him. But when he has the King 6, King 7 suiteds of the world, he's like, oh, well, if I jam all in here, like my opponent probably has to fold King 9. That's a good win for me.
Yep.
Okay, 5s versus 3s here.
Well, we saw this in almost identical situation with Corey Kempson, who had the 3s earlier. Jordan Bautista had the 5s. Now it's Alan Pham with pocket 5s. And oh my goodness!
What in the world?
What is happening? Jordan Bautista, as casual as ever, flops quad 3s and just says, you know what, I'm going to check this over to Alan.
And again, a spot where I really think Alan should be betting his pair a lot of the time.
What?
He's so apt to keep checking these spots that it's just going to save him some brutal losses. And instead, you know, he's probably just going to lose the minimum here. Jordan content to check one more time and keep trapping. Alan may be content to check behind one more time and just work the showdown and then probably call a bet. There's a lot of merit to betting here and just getting protection for your hand as well. These 5s are quite vulnerable. You know, 4s, 5s, 6s, all very vulnerable at this stage.
I mean, we were literally just talking about how well Jordan is running, and then the poker gods say, well, you think you've seen something, take a look at this.
Yeah.
And as easy as ever, just flops quad 3s. Now, I'm not too sure how much more juice he's going to get out of Alan here.
Yeah, I do like his decision to check raise here, especially after the previous hand where Alan minimized the damage by checking back the 10s on both the flop and river. I think that Jordan's catching on to the fact that Alan really wants to keep pot small and not too much betting, and so the times he makes a hand against him, he should build the pot himself. So good adjustment from Jordan there, even though this time he's not able to extract more from Alan. I think barring a 5 on the river, he got as much as he was going to get.
Well, the way that Jordan's running, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 5 on the river there, Tony. I mean, it's just insane what we're seeing. And on to the next one. Jack 3 of hearts for Jared Thatcher.
Fold. 80.
Quite the story at our final table, both our short stack and chip leader having the run of their lives so far.
Fold. 80.
King 9 offsuit for Jordan.
And just like we talked about, when you're the big chip leader up against the middling stacks, blind versus blind, just amp up the aggression from the small blind.
Well, 13 big blinds for Rob. He'll have to make a move sooner than later as we say goodbye to Grace. And welcome in our new dealer, who is Mai.
Yeah, Rob should really not avoid any close decisions right now. I mean,
Yes.
both of the middling stacks have him well outshipped. Alan is technically in third and has shown that his approach to this final table is going to be very conservative, very risk averse, very pot control. And so it's just really, really unlikely that you're going to ladder either of those guys just by playing snug in Rob's shoes. So if you've got a close decision, you feel like you can win some chips, but it's kind of marginal, go for it.
Well, speaking of going for it, King 9 offsuit for Jordan. And I think at this point we are just totally unsurprised as to what his decisions are. I don't think folders in his vocabulary with that amount of chips. Alan Pham, Queen 10 of clubs.
From what we've seen so far, I would think Alan will call in the small blind here. And that's what he chooses to do. Some merit to calling and 3-betting. Interesting decision for Jared, but I think he should call as well. I don't know that much is accomplished by 3-betting here. You're too deep now to just like 3-bet jam all in.
Let's take a look at the flop. 9 for Queen Rainbow, a pair of 9s for Jordan.
Not a board that Jared should end up losing much in. Jordan with a hand that can mix betting and checking. He elects to bet. Alan facing this bet. Quite a small bet, under 2 big blinds. Great hand to call with and see a turn. Don't think that he should raise here.
Call.
He will call with top pair and backdoor clubs. To the turn we go. Heads up between Jordan and Alan.
Queen apart on the turn.
Another face card of some kind.
We definitely saw the face card. Oh, wow. Trips for Alan now.
This could be a little costly for Jordan.
Yes.
Because now there's more merit to barreling your King 9 for value here. You need to be careful because he knows Alan has been on the snug side. And so it's tough to find that many hands that can call again with worse, but he can have Jack 10 suited, he can have King Jack suited, he can have 10-9, Jack 9 suited. And also, like, if you're Jordan and you just bet small here on the turn, you get to charge the draws and price the showdown. So instead of checking behind, and now Alan bets like 2/3, 3/4 pot, and you're like, I don't know, this is going to be close. Instead, you bet 275, you get some protection, you get some value from the draws, and then you're basically planning to check behind on every river except maybe a 9.
Well, he's gotten Jordan to fire again, and what a card for Alan.
And I don't really think that Jordan's going to bet that card. It looks better than it is. But it completes Jack 10. The only thing it really helps you beat is Ace 9.
Well, it could go check here. And
Yes, sir. Nice. Ooh, wait.
Ooh.
He faked us out.
He did, the old pump fake.
I mean, I think he should check behind. This doesn't really change very much, and it completes Jack 10. Your opponent could even... No. Yeah, it just completes Jack 10. You still lose to a queen. All it really changes is you beat Ace 9. He checks. Yeah, he finds that check. Savvy check. Like we talked about, prices the showdown on the turn with the small bet. Good play from Alan there, just calling with the middle strength queen. Medium strength queen.
Who scoops some chips? Alan Pham remains in 3rd place. And it's all smiles for our chip leader, Jordan Bautista. As he looks down at Jack 7. And take a break for this one. 6-7 offsuit for Alan. On the button with both Jared and Rob.
Raise to
behind him. Looks like he's
175,000.
going to make it 175 to go.
Surprising open from Allen, and not one I like very much. Rob, by being the shortest stack by such a clear margin, is really freed up to move in over the top anytime he looks down at a pair, an ace, decent Broadway holdings. It might get through this time because Rob has found 8-7, even though Rob could defend here.
10 seconds.
But Allen should be, if he wants to make marginal opens, he should open like King 5 offsuit before he should open 7-6 offsuit.
Well, he does just that, Tony, right on cue.
Yeah. I mean, reasonable hand to take a flop with. You're quite short.
8 Jack 4.
Nice flop for Rob. 8 Jack 4, 2 clubs. Top, middle pair rather,
Check a bit.
for Rob Lou.
Another board where there's a lot of merit to betting and checking in Allen's shoes. He does have the gut shot and the 6 of clubs, a relevant blocker to be holding. But also a board that should really connect well with Rob's defending range. So you don't want to over c-bet here. And Rob is so short that if he faces the c-bet, I'm curious as to whether he's going to call or just check raise and try and get the money in. If he had like the 7 of clubs in his hand, a little easier to envision calling and just like never folding on many turns.
Bet 140,000.
I'm just wondering what the action is.
Bet of 150. Or
140.
I guess 140 is
140.
what it was announced. Yeah, merit to calling and raising in Rob's shoes. If there was other short stacks at this table, maybe you would lean call, but because you are far and away the short stack, oftentimes when you're 10 big blinds and less and you flop a pair, big blind versus late position, you're just like, yeah, screw it, let's just go for it, and that's what he does.
Wow.
Yeah, and again, Allen really didn't need to play that pot.
Yes. Great play by Rob there. And not out of the woods yet, but he does scoop some chips for his troubles. And they've all got work to do trying to gun down Jordan.
$80,000 to call.
Back to the action. Jack 9 for Allen. Let that go. Jared Thatcher. Nothing happening there. Queen 5 for Rob. And our chip leader will get a walk. No surprises on the aggression frequency chart there, Tony. 56% for Jordan Bautista. Alan Pham has played a lot of pots at this final table.
Maybe more than I would have guessed having watched the final table.
Yes. Again, we've had to question those numbers throughout today, so I'm wondering how accurate they are. Hoping they're closer to the truth than what we'd suspect.
Jordan versus Allen. And yeah, with Rob so short, Jordan can kind of go nuts here. And Allen has not shown much willingness to
175,000.
3-bet pre-flop. I don't know if we've seen Allen 3-bet pre-flop. So if I'm Jordan, I've watched that play out and just thinking, yeah, I'm just going to raise the hell out of the small blind until you stop me. If this sizing is correct and he made it 175, I don't like this because he's offering Allen a really favorable price to take a flop in position. And I do think that he should still be going at least 3x or more. I mean, these guys are 50 blinds deep, so making basically a min raise allows Allen to see a lot of cheap flops in position, but not take very much risk. So Jordan would be better served to size up there and make it so Allen needs a really strong holding to even consider calling.
80,000.
But it doesn't matter this time because Allen had junk, he folds, and the rich get richer.
Seems to be the story of this final table.
Well, that's the American way.
It is indeed. And speaking of getting richer, we could see more of the same for Jordan Bautista, pocket queens, and on the button. Goodness me. And, well, he will get some action from Jared, but
Close one for Jared. Usually you don't really fold suited cards in the big blind facing a button open. Under ICM pressure, and when you have such disconnected suited cards,
Four,
you
jack,
could make
six.
an argument for it.
Flop, check.
Thankfully for Jared, there's just nothing here for him to get mixed up with on this very
Bet
favorable flop for
150.
Jordan.
Fold.
And he will take that one down. And it's been a huge 2 weeks here at the Star Sydney. But it all comes down to this. Tony Dunst, no doubt you've enjoyed your working holiday, as we've labelled it.
Absolutely I have, yes. That is one of the amazing parts about having a position like mine, is often you get sent out to these tournaments where it is kind of a working holiday. You are working, but you get to go to these really interesting places, meet cool people, see amazing cities, new countries, things
Raise,
like this. And
175.
so I've done my best to make the most of it,
Fold.
mixing in, some poker, being around the poker room, exploring Sydney a little bit. Had a great dinner the other night with my girlfriend and Lynn Gilmartin, overlooking the Sydney Harbour Bridge. So really enjoying my time here. But Jordan opening the King 10 to 175 has Rob wake up with the Ace Jack suited behind him.
10 seconds.
Now, we've seen Rob take his time plenty of times over the past few days. However, I think we all saw that one coming. Now, Jordan Bautista. Now, Rob, I think he's only just got 1.3 million in chips, so it's not going to break the bank for Jordan.
No, but his King 10's not quite strong enough to make this call. So he's going to consider it because it is close enough to give it a think. But yeah, he is going to pass, I believe. Certainly motioned like he was about to pass, but instead just taking a beat, I think.
Well, he's pump faked us plenty of times, both with the chips and the cards, hasn't he? But there it is. And Rob Lou. At one stage, he only had 5 big blinds. He's got 19 now. And
Small
we
blind,
continue with 4 players at our final table.
$80,000 to call. Fold. 80,000.
Cards only matter if you get called, right?
Fold.
Otherwise,
Couple of quick folds back to our blinds, and Rob here with 20 blinds, holding ace 4. I think he's just gonna move all in.
Seconds.
Well, couldn't get paid on his ace jack last hand.
On in.
Let's see if he can get paid here, and
Good jam.
if Jordan isn't going to play King 10, I doubt that 9-6 will offer any value into the muck. They go. 2 in a row for Rob Lou. And you can ignore those chip counts on screen because it shows that Rob Lou has lost 100,000 in chips, which is inaccurate. But
Can you give him mix of like orange and like this? Thank you.
Action with Jared.
80,000 score. Fold.
oh,
Me. 80,000.
With a Rob who's chipped up enough that I don't think he should be open jamming very much at all, and I think ace 10 suited would be too good for that. Like the type of hands they should open jam here are maybe like jack 10 and queen jack suited, maybe some
10 seconds.
middling pocket pairs. The ace 10 suited, pretty strong, pretty playable. He's best served with the min raise.
Raise to 160,000. Jordan.
That's what he goes for.
Fold. Alan. 160,000 score.
Gets the fold from Jordan, but Alan, quite a playable king 9 in the big blind.
We certainly might get some action from Alan here.
Call.
And he does so. So we are heads up to the flop. And let's see if Rob Lou
6,
can
Jack 10
continue the
on flop.
momentum.
Check.
He's got middle pair here with a pair of 10s.
And Alan, with this gut shot, overcard, and backdoor flush draw, has a hand that could mix calls and check raises on the flop. You know, thus far, he's taken the more passive approach at these decision points, but he should very much consider raising this one because there's a lot of turn cards that allow him to continue and then rip the river while holding very meaningful blockers. Sometimes
Bet
Alan's going to check behind. This
220,000.
time he elects to bet. 220 is the bet. I will say if Alan chooses the check raise, he has a really nice image for it. We just haven't seen very much flop aggression out of him. So if you're in Rob's shoes and you face a check raise on the flop, it's pretty gross with second pair.
Indeed it is. And he will buy 30 seconds.
Just don't fold. I know that Alan thus far in some close decisions has leaned risk averse, but this would be too risk averse if he ends up folding. I don't really think that's what he's considering. Yeah, he's gonna make the call.
So 220 to go. Alan comes along
Ooh,
and
that is-
wow.
That is a very nice card for Alan. You know, it picks up the gut shot to the 8. It's got the king high flush draw. Still, a queen would give him the best hand. A king would give him the best hand.
Check.
Terrible card for Rob. Pretty high on the list of cards he did not want to see. Completes 9-8, which your opponent has a full frequency of. Gives 7-6, 2 pair. Completes all the flush draws.
I dare say that'd probably be the worst card that Rob would have
I'm
hoped
trying
for.
to think that might be the actual worst card.
Yes.
Maybe the 9 of hearts, I guess.
Yeah.
Right up there, yeah. Maybe it is the 7 of hearts. They're both terrible.
Yeah.
Bet
He's going to bet. I
275,000.
can't say I'm a big fan of this bet. And it's just such a good card for your opponent. I guess what he's doing is he's betting small here. And similar to the hand we talked about with Jordan, betting the turn small and pricing the showdown. He's basically like, look, I'm going to get some protection for my hand. I'm going to price the showdown. I'm going to charge the draws. And as it turns out, that is exactly what's happening here. So I don't think like, oh, well, what is he thinking? What an absurd bet or anything like that. You know, no, it's just, it's such a good card for your opponent's range that usually means you end up checking back and then making your decision on the river. That said, his ace-10 is quite a vulnerable hand, and yeah,
Wait,
Alan gonna
wait a
punish him for it. Beautiful play from Alan here. Just like great candidate to make this check raise bluff all in with. Love this play from Alan. I mean, he's just got a perfect hand, perfect image, and the timing ends up being excellent because Rob was going a little thin on the turn for value, and I mean, if I'm in Rob's shoes, I can't imagine calling. Like, you're drawing dead a bunch of the time that you call. And even the times your opponent has like a jack with a heart, you're basically drawing dead. And there we see why, there we see the risk of betting that turn on such a good card for your opponent's range. An excellent recognition by Alan to take that hand in that spot and leverage his image and turn it into a bluff.
Well, I think he showed the 9 of clubs as well.
Did he?
Yes, I think he flipped over the 9 of clubs.
That's the right one to show.
Yeah, it is
know?
the right one. I think he's going to stick the knife in a little deeper.
I mean, maybe Rob just tells himself he had 9-8.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I know that's what I'd tell myself to
Yeah.
try and,
Or he had Jack 9, you know?
make the best of a bad situation. But what a play from Alan Pham. Back to Rob now, who has a much less attractive 8-5 offsuit.
Oh, Jordan.
Won't play. Jordan Bautista. Will
Raise
make
to
it 175 to go from the
175,000.
button.
Fold. Fold.
So I spoke before about how I didn't really like when Alan opened the button with 760 into a short stack. But now Jordan is opening 760 into the 2 medium stacks with the short stack already having folded. And that is going to handcuff his opponents from playing back at him to some degree. And so stuff like 7-6 becomes a much more viable raise. So good loose open there from Jordan.
Back to the man on screen, King 9. We've seen plenty of King 9 today, Tony.
Yeah, a lot of King 9. And again, a hand that I think is worth a bit of a loose open. I mean, it's not really that loose. There's a lot of situations in poker where King 9 is an open on the cutoff. And 3 very quick folds there. So Jordan just, no meaningful setbacks. I know he lost that all in with the queens versus Jared's ace-3 earlier on in the final table, but he pretty quickly won the million that he lost in that pot back, and just has been, a steady ascent up this final table. It's basically gone as well as you could hope in Jordan's shoes.
Well, that was his, I wouldn't say concern, because if you've got the chip lead, you're not necessarily concerned, but he said prior to coming to this one, he just said, I've got the chip lead, I hope I can keep it. And he's done just that. Queen 7 of clubs. Jared Thatcher makes it 160,000, and King Queen for Rob now.
It's go time.
Yep. I don't think we're in for any surprises here. Even with Jordan behind him. You have to think Rob will let that clock run down to about a second before he does just that. He is all in. Can't imagine Jordan calling here. And Jared Thatcher into the think tank. Queen 7 of clubs a calling hand here, Tony?
No.
No.
Rob just has too many chips. He would need to have 8 blinds or less to consider calling in Jared's shoes. I think it's an amount you could think about.
He's certainly thinking.
Yeah, he's like, hey, wait a minute. What kind of price am I getting here? But I would be really surprised if Jared called. I think he needs Queen 10 suited plus to make this call. And even that, not a great situation.
Nope. Well, it would have been interesting if we did see Jared call there. He's 4 from 4 when he's all in, and what a feather to the cap it would be if he can add an elimination to this final table and narrow it down to our final 3. But we are still 4-handed at the moment. And it will be that man right there, Jared Thatcher, first to act with 80,000 to call. Queen out of diamonds for Rob.
One of those hands where, at his stack size, I think it plays best as a min raise. A little bit too weak to open jam. A little too strong to fold. I won't be that shocked if he elects to jam. It's not the craziest idea. I'd be jamming Queen 10 suited. Maybe Queen 9.
400. Raise to 400,000.
Well, he must have heard you, Tony. He's done just that.
He's basically shoved. He's opened an amount that's essentially a shove, but allows him some room to fold if somehow Jordan and Alan end up both going nuts behind him. Pretty reasonable way to play the hand.
Oh.
And, oh boy. Well, I guess he is going to end up all in here. I mean, I can't imagine that he's going to put in a third of his stack and fold here when Alan rips it. Alan going to use a time bank. I don't know if he's doing that because he genuinely wants to think, or he wants to create the impression that he's thinking, because he does have an automatic all in here. But sometimes people use the time banks to try and create the impression that their spot is more marginal than it is.
Well, either way, both these guys guaranteed $203,971,000, and after
Alan is all in.
He is all in now, and
Rob Rob is like, you know, Rob didn't really have to do this. He
No.
could have just min-raised and left himself room to fold. I think he was just a bit too deep to make this kind of play. And so now we see he's facing the jam. He's got a third of his stack in, and it's like so marginal.
Well, especially in this situation, Queen out of diamonds, not the hand you want to be the last out of your final table there, Tony.
No, it's not. But also, you don't want to like give up on the 400K you put in when you had a little over 1.2 million. It's one of those spots where you say like, oh, what would you do here?
Yes.
And my answer is, I don't know. I would never be here.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah, and I'm thinking
Yeah.
that Rob is wishing the same, especially after that move from Alan, because, I mean, he clearly knows that Alan has to be stronger than him in this spot. All
Yeah, I think
right.
he did say call. I think that's the right decision. You just have too much of your stack committed. Your hand plays pretty well when it sees 5 cards. And I mean, sometimes you have 2 live cards and you're like 40-something%, and it's just a total fiasco when you fold.
Well, here we go, and
Whoa.
wow. What a great...
Promising start. King on the turn, still red. He needs a diamond or a queen. Will he get it? No, the 4 of clubs peels off. Rob Lou gonna finish in 4th place here. His queen 8 suited cannot catch up against Allen's jacks, and so he'll take home 203,971. And our WPT Australia is now down to 3.
Three-handed we are, and Alan Pham, he had a bit of a rough patch there, Tony, but he's managed to claw back some of those chips, and a great job of doing so. And an elimination in the process. Well played, Alan Pham. And we have Jordan Bautista and Jared Thatcher, and you can imagine how Jared Thatcher is feeling right now, Tony. Goodness me. He thought he was going to come in and play one hand and then go straight to breakfast, is what he told us. But after 4 double-ups, looking for 10, he is now guaranteed 273,000 AUD.
Then I know exactly how he's feeling, and it's hungry.
Yes.
Didn't eat today because he was like, yeah, I'm going to have time after I bust out of this final table with my stupid 5 blinds.
Exactly. But he's here now, 273,928 guaranteed for 3rd place. 2nd place will take home 371,600. And again, just over $500,000 Australian dollars, plus a trip to Las Vegas to the World Champs for our winner.
Tournaments are weird. They really are. Where, coming in, I wonder what kind of odds you could have got that Jared was going to outlast 3 players.
944 on the flop.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would have taken those odds,
Yeah.
but for those of you who did, you're certainly in the
Or
green.
even just like outlasted Corey. Corey had 61 blinds. Jared had 5. You know, I don't even know what a fair price is.
Bet 150.
Well, in hindsight, I'd be taking it now. 150 to call for said Jared Thatcher. And do we expect to see a bit more aggression out of Alan now that he's got some of those chips back?
Not only does he have some of those chips back, but he's laddered up to 3rd place, right? The mission, the primary mission of outlast the short stacks has been accomplished. And now there's not really anybody to outlast. And so he may open his game up here. You know, we see that he just opened a really junky hand out of a small blind. I would actually argue that was a little too loose, and he probably should have just folded that one pre-flop. But it is the first indication that he's going to be opening his game up some.
80,000 is good. Jared, you
What is?
Well, he's got 5, 9 of spades.
Right on the cusp of a playable hand on the button, but I like his decision to raise here. Wait.
Oh,
Oh.
he's faked us out
He
again.
faked us out, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Jordan got us before, now he's got us.
I did say it was on the cusp. You know, he like reached for raising chips and then was like, no.
Could you put it out
Don't be that guy.
Well, he doesn't want to give them back to either one of these men, because we both know what they can do. With chips behind them, Jordan Bautista, 21 million. He is well and truly out in front. But we haven't seen anything reckless out of Jordan for the entirety of this final table.
No, strangely enough, you could say that his most reckless hand was jamming jacks over and over just because of the stack depth involved.
Exactly. Pocket tens for Jared now from the button.
Raise 160.
160 to go.
Jordan.
Over to Jordan now with Queen Jack offsuit.
Yeah, good hand to mix some 3-bets in here. I like the selection
Re-raise.
from Jordan to use this hand as a 3-bet bluff.
415,000.
But I do think that facing the 3-bet, Jared has a pretty ideal 4-bet all-in candidate. He's like 40, 45 blinds deep. Oh, he's just going to call. I don't think that's like crazy. Oh, whoa, what are you doing or anything? No, nothing like that. I do think his 10s probably play best as an all-in. Again, ICM, very weird, funky, and distorting. But since we expect Jordan to apply some pressure and maybe be 3-betting a little more than usual, I feel like the 10s were pretty appealing for the 4-bet all-in. Oh my god, did he just fold to a
He
c-bet?
let it go.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Now I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that one now, Tony.
Can't do that.
Can't do
Cannot
that,
fold
yeah.
to one small c-bet on the ace-high board. I know it's not a great board for his 10s, but you have to show Jordan some respect and know that he is going to 3-bet light. Plenty of holdings that don't include an ace. And yeah, I think that Jared would have called if he had the 10 of spades in his hand, but even still, like that c-bet on ace-8 deuce is going to be near automatic. And he sized down as well. You know, he bet 300K into a pot of, I want to say, like 1.1, 1.2, which is quite a small sizing. So it really doesn't cost you that much to see a turn and force him to earn it a little more. So I have loved the way Jared has played and approached this final table. That's the first hand I've seen him play where I can't say I liked either of his decision points.
Or how often does he put Jordan on an ace there? I mean, unless he's 100% certain, he's not letting that go, is he?
729 on the flop.
Sorry, can you rephrase? What do you mean?
Or does obviously he would have thought that Jordan would have had an ace there.
Yeah, Jordan will have an ace at a pretty high frequency. Like a lot of his 3-bet bluffs are going to contain an ace. But there's also lots of King X suited, Queen Jack O, Jack 10-0. Like if you look at what Jordan is supposed to 3-bet there, there's a ton of hands that don't contain an ace. And almost all of them are going to continuation bet for this small size. Like the kind of hands that might check some of the time are like aces and kings, queens, you know, basically everything else just makes the small c-bet. And even like aces, kings, queens are probably supposed to c-bet like 10% pot or something weird like that.
Of course.
And I just don't think you can give up on a pair facing the one small c-bet against such a capable and aggressive opponent. And yeah, I think, you know, since Jared was the shortest stack, his hand was pretty appealing as the 4-bet jam pre-flop for, you know, 40-ish blinds or whatever it was, even though it feels a little deep under ICM. Like 10s and ace king are often just kind of the go-to, well, I don't love this, but I guess I'm all in type hands. And yeah, that was a missed opportunity from Jared, and, you know, a rare misstep so far at this final table.
Yes. We haven't seen him make too many of those, especially considering where he's come from to get to where he is now. 4 million in chips, only 1.7 behind Allen.
And maybe what threw him a little bit is that Jordan just really hasn't 3-bet very much.
Yes.
But he also hasn't had to. You know, the situations that have presented themselves at this final table haven't really necessitated him 3-betting very much. So, all right, let's talk about our next premium pair. It's Allen with the queens on the button.
Yep, and we know what this guy can do with chips and cards. Looks like he's going to make it 160. Over to Jared now. 5-6 of clubs.
Yeah, when we're not under ICM pressure, 6-5 suited should get involved somehow there. Under ICM pressure, ooh, not a fun hand to play. Jordan here getting a little too loose with the 10-2 offsuit. Like, we talked earlier about how he can defend very wide and splash around and put pressure on people. But you don't have to do this stuff. You don't have to call 10-2 offsuit. And also, it's much tougher to put pressure on these guys now when they've already laddered. There's nobody to outlast. You know, they don't need to fold to you as much as they did earlier in this final table. So you need to start tightening up your big blind defend range and lean more
125,000.
towards hands that have some playability post-flop. 10-2 offsuit is just, you know, calling the 10-2 offsuits. It's just a good way to bleed chips.
Well, a huge flop there for Alan Pham, but there was no hesitation in folding the 10 deuce offsuit that we were just speaking of. And here we go again, three-handed, and what a final three we have from a total field of 600. It's come down to these guys. 3-4 of clubs for Jared. Won't play. Ace-9 of diamonds for Jordan now.
Yeah, we already spoke about how I think Jordan should be the one building the pots against Alan, and how I think he is opening too small from the small blind. Like, Alan has a hand where if he was facing 3.5x here, you know, he might have to fold and end up folding out quite a decent amount of equity. But instead, Jordan has served up this awesome price on a silver platter.
Jack 2 and queen on the flop. Check a bit.
On a board that's pretty good for both opponents' range, but not for their hand.
Bet
This
175,000.
ace-9 of diamonds is actually a decent candidate for Jordan to check on this type of texture. He goes with the bet. Nothing wrong with that. Especially since Alan hasn't shown that much willingness to get really out of line. And yet, with the king 4 offsuit, yeah, he was deliberating for a moment there. I thought maybe we would see Alan get out of line for the first time post-flop. But yeah, he's just... I do appreciate that Alan's not trying to force things. You know, sometimes guys get to a final table, they face some early setbacks, as Alan did, and they abandon their conservative plan and they start trying to force things. I need to get back to the stack that I had. I need to get back to second in chips. I need to do this. And no, like, the game comes to you. And if you try and force things, you'll probably force your way out of the tournament. And so Alan's done a really good job of staying steady and, like, picking some spots and not trying to, like, force fighting back against Jordan, even though he knows that Jordan is playing a pretty wide range of hands and being the most aggressive player at the table.
Indeed he is. And we could see some action here. Jordan, queen 10 offsuit, pocket sixes for Alan.
Like that call from Alan. Don't think there's much accomplished by 3-betting there. Jared's hand probably should end up in the muck. Not that crazy to take a flop. Like, I would definitely take a flop with 5-4 offsuit in his shoes. And so electing to C3 with the 5-3, not a wild idea, but he does find the fold. I think that's a good one.
Jared won't defend there. To the flop we go. 2, 10, and 9. And Jordan
Check a bit. Check.
just out flopping Alan here with top pair.
Yeah, largest in charge with top pair.
Bet 150.
That's 150K. Alan with the sixes. Yeah. Maybe with the 6 of hearts in your hand, we can talk about calling. I like his decision to fold without one there. If there's just one overcard, I don't think he should give up with the sixes. Facing 2 and on a texture that should connect pretty well with the button's opening range and pretty well with your range, so the button shouldn't necessarily just blindly c-bet every time. I like his decision to fold. And once more, for Alan, discretion the better part of valor.
It is, here he goes on the button, won't play. Jared Thatcher, Jack 5 of hearts. Will come along.
Any harder?
And no better is Jordan Bautista with Jack 4.
Check.
All right, 2 similar hands going to the flop. Jared out pipping
Queen, ace,
Jordan,
6.
but neither player
Check.
connecting on ace queen 6.
Check a bit. Check. 10 of
Turns
club
the
on
10 of clubs.
Check a bit.
A card that might inspire Jordan to bet. He picks up the gut shot. Anytime you have these like gut shot plus a really
Check.
low hanger card is worth considering a bluff.
Knife, diamond
And it's
on the
also a
floor.
card
Check a bet.
where his holding the jack of clubs blocks some of Jared's having decent flush draws of his own. Instead, he checks behind. Again, not a mandatory bet, just something worth considering. And it's
Bet
one of those first person to
300,000.
bet takes its spots. Jared is that first person,
Fold.
and Jordan does let that go.
Nice pick up there for Jared Thatcher. In familiar territory as our short stack. But a position he is not uncomfortable with. Let's see if he can run that up. And chase down Alan Pham and Jordan Bautista.
I did.
It has been all Mr. Bautista here at this final
Jared,
table so
80,000
far.
is full.
Looking to take some money back home to the East Coast. King, Queen of clubs for Jared from the button.
Raise 160.
He will raise to 160. And wow, look at this. Ace King offsuit for Jordan.
He even has the ace of clubs to block Jared from making a flush. And this could be an expensive pot for Jared because I think his hand is much too good to fold to the
Re-raise.
3-bet.
440,000.
And yeah, I do think one aspect of Jordan's game that could use a little work is sizing. We've talked about his size, the sizing he's made raising from the small blind, and now his 3-bet sizings are often too big or too small. This time, too small. You know, it's not a disaster. It's not, oh well, you missed half a blind here. Oh goodness.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this could probably be the end of the road for Jared Thatcher unless we get like running diamonds or something. But this is a catastrophe flop. You could not script this better for Jordan Bautista.
Wow.
Bet
Good bet sizing
275,000.
here, 275. And if I'm Jared, I'm just gonna go call, and be happy about it. Like this is the flop I was hoping for. Not only did I make top pair, but I have backdoor clubs to go along with it.
Well, he'll do just that. He will call, and
Yeah.
depending on what our turn is,
A
we could
diamond
see.
might save him money. That's not it. Yeah, that is not a card that will save you any money. And now if you're Jordan and you're looking at your opponent with 3.2 million, you should bet somewhere in the territory of like half to 3/4 pot. Anywhere in that like 800K to 1.2 million territory is going to serve well. I would probably be betting closer to half pot.
Bet 850,000.
850, yeah. Great sizing here from Jordan. Again, Jared basically got what he wanted out of this. And nothing he can do to prevent getting stacked on almost every river card. Maybe on a diamond. I don't know. Even if we get a river diamond, if I'm in his shoes and Jordan shoves the river, like I'm never really folding. Just way too much of my stack in the middle, and Jordan should find the bluff with,
Cool.
ace of diamonds X a lot of the time. You just got much too good a hand, so he makes the call, and I just don't know, barring a queen. Yeah, that is not the card that he's going to get away on. And Jared Thatcher, it's been great having you
It's been a
here.
wild ride, Tony.
We've loved watching it. Sorry for the spoiler, everyone, but he's not getting away from this
40.
one.
There it is. And I think you may have called here, has he?
He's thinking about
I'm
it.
certainly thinking about it. I thought I saw him utter
Yeah.
something, but again, from your analysis, Tony,
I
a tough one to get
can't
off.
imagine getting off here. Honestly, I'm impressed he's even considering it.
Well, he's made all the right decisions so far. Out come the AirPods. And Jared Thatcher, who is 4 from 4 when he's got it in good and bad. This could be the end of the road for Sydney's hometown hero, unless
26 million.
Yep, he does make the
he's
call.
made the call.
And he played a fantastic final table to ladder all the way up to third place. Jared Thatcher should be really proud of the way he navigated this short stack He's going to take home $273,928. And Jordan Bautista has been unstoppable at this final table. Brings our tournament down to heads up. He will face off against Alan Pham, who came in second in chips, and he has him significantly outchipped going into this heads up match. All of the momentum, all of the positive juju right now. Jordan Bautista, as we see there, a 5-1 lead over Alan Pham. The silver lining for Alan is that the blinds are still low enough that he has a lot of playability left in his stack. So I imagine we are going to take a short break going into heads up, and the thrilling conclusion of our WPT Australia final table still to come. We are about to get underway in the heads-up match at our WPT Australia final table. These two battling it out for 558,000 Australian and a seat, WPT World Championship, and of course a place on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup, which you see there on the center of the table. A lot of great players' names on the Champions Cup. Tough to get your name on there. There's only about 10, maybe 12 championship events a year these days. So, and you know, because we have a large global footprint, unless you are really putting in the miles, you might only get a handful of opportunities on the WPT in a given year. So one of these two guys will have their name etched into poker immortality alongside Mike Sexton, who's got his name on there. That was one of my first opportunities to do the televised version of the show when Mike won WPT Montreal. Would have been about 8 years ago, I believe.
Wow.
An interesting heads-up match, actually, because Mike and his opponent played for quite a while, And Mike did not have the chip lead until the second to last hand, and then on the last hand, he knocked the guy out.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
That's how the big boys do it, isn't it, Tony?
That is true.
It's the last punch that counts.
Yeah.
And yes, for these guys, especially Jordan Bautista, it must be nice sitting with a very heavy chip lead. That Sexton Cup right in the middle of the table. Guaranteed $371,600 for both of them. But again, the prestige of having your name on that trophy is priceless. So it looks like we are just about ready to go.
What's the best?
And as we were talking off camera there, Tony, this could be over very quickly considering our chip stacks, but
Yeah.
we can't count Alan Pham out just yet.
I can never hear the name Bautista without thinking back to this Major League Baseball game I went to in college with a friend of mine who's quite a rowdy handful of a guy, and he got pretty drunk, and he started heckling this guy who played third base, whose last name was Bautista, by just calling his name over and over, Bautista, Bautista. And when this guy finally looks our way, he goes, "Game's out there, Bautista." Yeah.
That's how you do it. I can assure you that if Jordan could hear us right now.
Well, the game's right in front of Jordan Bautista. Great opportunity to take down this WPT title. He's got a 5-1 chip lead over Alan Pham, who raises this first pot up to 300K. We are playing 50-100 with a 100K. Alan with the Queen 10 suited. Quite a premium holding for heads-up poker. Jordan with 6-5 offsuit. Nice playable hand himself. Takes the flop. And on this Jack-8 deuce all club flop, both players with a draw, but haven't really connected. Alan with the gut shot to the 9 and an overcard. Jordan with the clubs.
400K.
He leads there with 400,000, Tony, and I can only imagine what would happen if the 9 of clubs came on the turn. Although, Alan with some thinking to do. And you made mention of that. The blinds are low enough for Alan not to get too crazy here early on in these stages. To the turn we go.
King of
It's the
spades.
King of Spades.
Now Alan open-ended. Jordan still looking for a club. He bet 400K on the flop.
Check.
His face is shielded by the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. He likes to check back on the turn. River Queen should secure this pot for Alan, provided he doesn't fold, and I'm not sure why he would to just one bet. He may even end up betting himself for value here, as he knows most of the time Jordan has a king or better on the turn. He would continue betting himself, and so it is a blocker bet of 275,000.
Fold.
And with just 6 high, Jordan will not waste any time. Quickly mucks that one, and his lead down to 4-1. I will say, when your heads up, anytime you lose a pot, it directly goes to your one opponent who's trying to catch you, and so the tables can turn very quickly. You lose a couple of significant pots, and you're like, hey, I got 4 or 5-1 lead, and you're like, wait, I'm even with this guy? How did this happen?
Yes.
And Alan here with King just has exactly the kind of hand that could potentially double up if these guys play a major pot together. He's going to go to
225.
2 1/4, I believe.
Oh, this is it. This has got to be it.
Wow, Jordan just calls.
Oh
That
my
is surprising. His hand should pretty much pure 3-bet here. I don't know that ace-queen suited at this stack depth
Jack 8-6.
is supposed to do any calling. And, wow, you know, gotta wonder what could have been. This might have been just like they get the chips all in pre-flop. And instead, we get the ace-high flop where
Check.
Alan just checks behind. 7 on the turn. Really surprised at Jordan's decision to just call pre-flop. I mean,
300.
they're at a stack depth where you have lots of room to navigate when you 3-bet pre-flop, and you're going to want to have a decent amount of 3-bet bluff. So I think the ace-queen suiteds of the world should be 3-betting for value. Instead,
Call.
he flops the ace, bets 300K on the turn here. After it goes check-check on the flop, we go to a river. It's the 10 of clubs.
Check it
which is not a great card for Alan. Now loses to Jack 10, to 8-9, to King Queen. That's not very likely, of course.
Well, just when you thought things could have got on a little bit crazy, they've certainly been more conservative in this hand.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Alan's king's reduced to a bluff catcher here. Jordan likely going to go for some value. Looks like he's gone pretty big. This is a pot of
1.1.
1.2, and I think he's about 1.1. So basically full pot here. Not a fun situation for Alan. Yeah, he may need one of these time extensions. Buy himself an extra 30 seconds with the action clock. There are a lot of rivers where if I were in Alan's shoes, I would just kind of shrug and toss in a call and say, okay, you got better show me. 10 of clubs is one where we can start considering a fold, especially facing this full pot bet. Again, you do lose to 8-9, you lose to Jack 10, you lose to any ace.
Let's wait and see what he does, depending on what he believes Jordan has.
Ranges are so wide heads up, though, that anytime you get to the river and you beat the bluffs, if you're going to make a call with a pair, as he will with the pocket kings.
Yep.
And Alan is probably thinking, well, that sucks, but I could have gotten stacked right there. Like, if he 3-bets, you know, we probably see either a 4-bet small or an all-in. I don't see how Jordan would end up folding the ace-queen suited pre, so I imagine most of the money gets in, if not all the money gets in, if Jordan does 3-bet pre-flop. So Alan, in a way, is kind of living on borrowed time here. You know, he should have been out that hand.
Well, he's definitely bought himself some time, if
Yeah.
it's anything to take away from that hand. And it's never a comfortable feeling if you've got pocket kings and an ace comes on the flop, which
Yeah.
almost every time it does, Tony, obviously.
But, you know, he
in
only
our
had
experience.
$6 million to start that hand, and he lost almost a third of his chips with those kings. So it's just frustrating that you're like, yes, I found a premium. Okay, let's go. And then instead, you just lose a third of your chips. And you're like, this guy's already running great.
Raise to
It's
300.
Jordan now with King 10, going up to 300, I believe. Alan with 7-5 has a very borderline hand, but elects to call. Usually heads up, you see smaller opens, so the fact that Jordan is 3xing distorts what little I already know about heads-up poker. Like, I'm not going to pretend that this is an area of expertise for me, and I would think when you're facing a 3x, you can be a little more conservative with your calls. I don't know if 7-5 is supposed to call facing a 3x. I'm just not really sure. Instead, he does make the call, and on queen 7-6, you know, he gets a pretty good board for his hand. Middle pair, 3 to a straight. So he makes the call of the c-bet of 300k.
Queen.
And on this queen turn, that's about as good a turn as Alan can hope for, barring a 7 or a 5. And one that will likely shut Jordan down, as he can be drawing dead up against a queen. I mean, it's not that crazy to bluff this hand because you do block some of the queens your opponent could have. And you have 2 overcards to a 7 or 6, which means you have 6 clean outs going to the river most of the time. So he does bet 500k. Reasonable hand selection to make this bluff with. And it's so hard to ever fold a pair in heads up. I can't imagine that Alan would do that here. This is quite a good turn card for him. And he does make the call.
We go to the river. And Alan Pham will take this one down unless
5 of clubs.
it's a 5 of clubs on the river. Doesn't change anything.
Not about their hands, but for their ranges, it's a pretty impactful card. Yeah, good one for Jordan to check behind. It completes 8-9 and the clubs. Many of the hands that Alan calls the turn with are improved by that river, and so Jordan rightfully, without any blockers to those hands, checks behind there, gives up on his bluff. Alan does take that one down, and we're right back where we started.
Yep. Plenty of action to open our heads-up battle between Jordan Bautista and Alan Pham. And again, it's an imposing sight, isn't it, seeing Jordan Bautista with all those chips?
His wall has never crumbled.
Not once. 9-7 offsuit for Alan Pham now. First to act.
Raise to 225.
225 to go.
Call.
And king 6 off. We'll entice Jordan to come along to the flop. Flop comes
Ace
ace
7,
7 8. Pair of sevens now for Alan Pham.
Check.
We will now act after Jordan checks.
$175.
175,000 is the bet from Alan, and Jordan not going anywhere. To the turn we go.
Queen.
Queen of spades.
Your bet.
Alan's still good.
Check.
And does it go check, check here, Tony, or does Alan take another stab?
I don't know that there's that much merit in betting with fourth pair
4.
here.
Check a bet.
I think you'd rather check behind and consider bluff catching on the river. And I think with king high, Jordan's going to be better off just
Check.
working the showdown and seeing if he can win somehow. That's what he elects to do. And Alan with fourth pair does not go for overly thin value on the river. Happy to check behind, take the win there. And so he makes up a little bit of that distance here.
Well, again, back to where we started, and what a comeback it would be if Alan Pham can narrow that gap all the way to a victory. 10-6 for Jordan.
Call. Any higher.
Just going to limp in this time. Ooh. Alan with a premium.
Raise to 375.
Goes up to 375.
Fold.
Jordan with the quick fold. Both these guys playing with a very purposeful pace. Everyone at the final table was great about that, honestly. There's no
Yes.
stalling, no fake tanking.
No, very different to what we saw over the past couple of days, but I think, again, I enjoyed that mutual respect between the 6 who opened our final table this morning. They all knew pretty much where they sat coming into this one, and unless your name's Jared
Fold.
Thatcher,
Any higher.
you couldn't be more happy than that man right there, Jordan Bautista, well and truly out in front with King 10
Raise
off
to
suit.
325.
Makes it 25 to go for Alan.
I do think the 5-4 is a good enough hand to take a flop even
Call.
facing this raise. Alan makes the call. Interesting flop. Strong top pair for Jordan. Open ender, excuse me, not open ender. Bottom pair with a backdoor straight draw for Alan.
200.
I wouldn't mind seeing Jordan size up here. It's a pretty connected board, and his hand needs some protection. He goes with the small sizing, but I do think there's a lot of merit in sizing larger in this flop. So he bets 200K. He gets the
6,
call.
take a bet.
6 on the turn will give Alan the open ender. Not a great card for Jordan. Not a terrible card either. Again, ranges are very wide heads up. Just because that card completes the most obvious straight draw doesn't mean like, oh, I got to shut everything down. And so I like that Jordan is continuing to bet here.
700.
You know, your opponent is going to have so many pair plus straight draws, flush draws, combo draws. So betting 700K while you still have like top pair on a board where there's not many good rivers, is there? Not many like great rivers, right? You either get an overcard or something that puts a flush or a 4 straight up there.
Call.
And so just like betting, getting value and protection for your hand, I think is the best play available for Jordan. So his bet of 700K is called.
River comes.
Alan sees the river. It's as good as it can be for Jordan, unless it was like a 10 or a king. The deuce just totally inconsequential. There's 2.6 million in the middle. Oh, he's going really big here. It looks like he's going to fire out like 3 million. Interesting decision to go with this overbet here.
3.1 mil.
Really try and sell Allen on the idea that he's trying to force him out of this pot, that he might be bluffing, and a lot of players would not necessarily go so huge with just a top pair here on a board that has completed the 8-9 on the turn, would give 7-6, 2 pair on the turn, and Allen does not deliberate too much there. So Jordan takes back what was lost the last couple of hands, gets us back to the 5-1 territory.
And so casually, too. In one hand, he has made up that distance. And I don't think there was any situation where Allen was ever going to call there. Not when you've got that much pressure applied from our chip leader. And we are on to the next. Blind still 50, 100,000. Queen 10 offsuit for Jordan.
100. Raise to 350.
He'll make it 350,000. 250 to call with the King Jack, and things could get a little spicy here, Tony.
Yeah, both these guys holding Broadway cards.
Go.
Allen does make the call. In the lead with his King Jack,
6 8
but on
three,
ace
check a
6
bet.
do
Check.
ace 6 deuce
Check. 4.
goes check check. 4 on the turn. Maybe a board that ends up getting checked down.
Check.
Nope. Jordan is going to start the betting here. So after checking behind on the flop,
450.
looks like he's going to bet around half pot on the turn. Yeah, 450K. And yeah, if he had sized small, Allen may have taken one off there. But because he sizes up, he puts Allen in a very indifferent position and gets the fold from the king high that had him beat. So good sizing there from Jordan, our chip leader.
That was certainly one of the critiques we had of him in the first half of our final table, was his bet sizing, wasn't it?
Yeah, especially pre-flop. I
Yeah.
thought that raising from the small blind, he was going too small. His 3-bet sizing was often too small and occasionally a bit too big. But post-flop, I think his sizing has been right on throughout this final table. And his final table has been a rare case where there's been no serious setbacks. Like if you just looked at like a graph of his stack at the final table, it would almost just be a steady up and to the right.
Jack,
Yeah.
check a bet.
We've seen some small losses, you know, the early all-in loss with queens to Jared Thatcher. But, God, I mean, that was 1 million chips, and I can't remember many cases of him losing more than 1 million chips in a pot.
Exactly. Yep,
Check.
that win from Jared Thatcher and double up through Jordan Bautista seems almost like an eternity ago.
Check.
As the turn is now the 8 of spades. 2 pairs still good for Alan Pham.
Yeah, much tougher to get value with it now, though, on the 4th spade. Jordan just with a gut shot to a 9. It does go check, check. 8 on the river will further shrink the value of Allen's jacks,
Check.
3s,
Check.
because
done.
they are now jacks and 8s.
And they go check, check, and this one will be shipped to Alan Pham. Bit less than what I thought. What I'm sure he would have hoped to take home there on that one. Nonetheless, a win is a win at this stage, especially when you trail by that much. And again, Jordan Bautista, it's almost just a matter of time. However, we've seen crazier things happen, Tony.
100.
Oh, yes, we have.
5-3 offsuit for Jordan now, and
Whoa.
he will let that one go.
WPT has asked us to do some social media content recently, and I chose to do some segments where we revisit old hands on the WPT, or old moments, as it were. And one I did recently was Olivier Busquet's victory at Borgata in 2009, when he overcame a 19-1 chip deficit heads up against an opponent who had gotten very drunk and just completely blew the heads-up match against Olivier. So, yeah, 5-1 feels insurmountable, but we have seen much bigger comebacks.
25.
Yes, we have.
Alan here with the ace-queen goes to 225. Jordan, with this price, may take a flop, and he will.
Call.
And on ace, king, 3. Not much here for Jordan to fall in love with. It's a great flop for Alan, but a difficult one to get any real value.
325. Fold.
So quick bet and take it for Alan. But yeah, that would be a tough one to live with. It's one thing if you lost 19-1 heads up. That would already be hard enough to live with. But to know that, like, you started to celebrate early and you got intoxicated and were just way too loose and played these big unnecessary pots. And, this guy, Jeremy, never found himself at another WPT final table again. He made another deep run like later that year, and since then I don't think has even really been deep in a WPT, and it's just these opportunities do not come around very often. You just can't count your chickens before they hatch.
No.
Raise to 350.
Unfortunately, that seems to be the downfall of a certain few.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. 350,000 is the raise. 10-4 of diamonds for Jordan. 9-6 offsuit. With 250 to call for Alan.
Call.
Into the flop we go. Flop comes Jack,
Queen,
5 Queen.
Check.
Not much here for either player, and so this time the quick bet and take it in favor of Jordan.
Yeah, we've seen that aggression before. It's what's got him into this position as our chip leader. 25 million plus in chips, 4.6 million. Alan, you'd have to think he can be patient, but not for much longer. We'll have to make a move sooner than later.
100.
King 5 now. You'd have to think would be good enough for at least the call.
Raise to 225.
Yeah, these guys don't seem too interested in doing a lot of limping. Mostly raising here. And Jordan with the king-queen. That's a hand that could mix 3 bets with calls. I'm a little surprised to see him 3-bet this one,
600.
but just call the ace-queen suited earlier on.
Yes, he's caught us off guard many a time.
Yeah.
Him and his pump fakes and bet sizing, but it seems to be working. I guess that's the reason why he's there and well and truly out in front. King 2 now for Jordan.
100. Raise to 350.
Make it 350,000 and an ace. 7 offsuit for Alan Pham. Won't be going anywhere just yet.
All in.
Wow. He's all in.
Whoa. Yeah, this is 43 blinds. That seems a bit heavy to be all in over a button raise with ace-7 offsuit.
4.275.
And while there is more jamming over an open with ace-x offsuit heads up,
4.275.
43 blinds deep is too much for that play. It does not backfire here as Jordan has king deuce. But look, when you play tournaments, it is very tough to find the time to study heads up when it's so rare that you get to heads up in a tournament. And so it often feels like, hey, I should study everything else. And if I get heads up, okay, champagne problem that I'm not super fluent in the strategy of heads up poker. But it can lead to some mistakes like that where you're like, I'm not quite sure how to play this one. We're 40 blinds deep. Screw it, let's just go all in.
Well, it seemed to be the case right there for
Yeah.
Alan Pham. I think he
25.
didn't want to waste any time. I guess in his position, any ace is a good ace. In this case, we will see a flop. 10-6 for Jordan, 10-9 offsuit for Alan.
Queen 6 Jack.
Queen 6, Jack, rainbow on the flop.
Check.
It's about as action as a flop can get with these two hands. Open ender for Alan. Bottom pair and a 3 straight for Jordan.
200.
So Alan will start the betting at 200K, I believe. And Jordan will not fold the pair.
King of hearts. Check a bet.
Wow, king on the turn will give Alan the second nuts and Jordan an open ender.
Check.
All right, Alan, how much will you bet? If I'm in his shoes, I would prefer to size up here. You unblock all of the strong hands. And so it's quite possible your opponent has
525.
a queen, jack, king, or some combination of those that can pay off a lot. 525. Looks like a good bet size to me. And that is probably a perfect price for Jordan to see the river with his pair. Oh my god, he just shoved?
Oh, wow.
Did he just shove?
I think he's definitely raised.
Oh, he check raised. Honestly, pretty reasonable hand to check raise here, actually. You block 2 pair combinations. You block the set. You block the straights. But you're not likely to be best against the pairs that are barreling here. So this is a very reasonable hand to check raise as a bluff. And Alan is
10
going to
seconds.
feign uncertainty here. If I was in his shoes, I would call and let my opponent put the rest of the
Call.
money in on the river. And that's what he's going to do. We'll see if Jordan can get bailed out by a 9 or an ace.
River card.
That's the best he can hope for. And he
Wow.
gets it, Tony. Goodness
Ooh,
me.
man. This guy is running so pure at this
All
final
in.
table, and I don't mean that to take away from
Call.
anything he's done at this final table, but even the rare times where it looks like things are about to go terribly wrong for him, he gets that type of run out, and crisis averted.
Well, you can see the look on Alan's face. It's almost like, well,
on,
what
man.
do you need me to do?
Yeah, like, oh. Turn the nuts. This guy check raises me. But, you know, great hand selection for the check raise from Jordan Bautista. My compliments to finding specifically that hand. Even he had the 10 of hearts in his hand. So if the river's a heart, it becomes more viable to try and represent, and you block your opponent from having rivered a heart flush. So great hand selection from Jordan. Really bad luck for Alan to have his hand counterfeited like that. And yeah, it's going to be tough to beat a guy who the deck just bails out anytime he puts himself in a perilous situation. Jordan now with the king-queen.
100.
You talk about the deck bailing out Jordan. He's picked up quite a nice hand here.
Raise to 350. Fold.
Make it 350 to go. Alan wants nothing to do with 10-3, and after they chop that pot, we are right back to where we started in this heads-up battle.
Important to note that heads up on the World Poker Tour, the blind levels are reduced to 30 minutes. That is to prevent marathon heads-up matches. We've had some cases in the past before we made that change where heads-up lasted until 5 or 6 a.m.
100.
And that's really no good for anybody involved. It's no good for the players, the casino staff, the production staff. So I am a big proponent of the cutting of blinds to 30 minutes heads up.
Raise to 400.
Limp from Alan here with 4 deuce of clubs, raised to 400K from Jordan with king 10. And Alan again with a hand that's sort of just good enough to get in there. And on 965, Alan has a gut shot to the 3.
Well, he's certainly the first to act here. 300,000 is the bet from Jordan Bautista, and Alan with his gut shot. You'd have to think would come along and at least see a turn in this situation.
Raise to 875.
Unless he likes to get fancy.
Pretty reasonable hand to make this play with. Usually you'd want more than just the gut shot here. I mean, he does have the backdoor clubs to go along with it. And again, ranges are so wide, heads up, that you kind of need to get creative. Wow, and Jordan very undeterred here. I mean, you might be drawing, if not dead, extremely thin. Like if Alan has flopped 2 pair, has like 9-10 or king-9, you're in very, very bad shape.
Queen.
Queen on the turn. Great card for either player.
Check.
I wonder if that slows Alan down or he keeps going. It's tough for him here because he only has about pot to play behind. So it's like, all right, am I going to bet 900K and shove the river or something? Am I going to check back because I was repping a 9? Now that queen overcard decreases my confidence.
Check.
He does elect to check behind.
Check, check to the river, and the
high.
4.
Oh!
Check a bit.
I wonder what Jordan's going to do here. Like, he can't really expect to win by checking. Oh, he's going to do that.
Wow! And he's going to apply the heat to Alan Tony. What does Mr. Pham do in this spot? He's made a pair.
I don't know how you can really put your opponent on nothing here. Like, what is he supposed to have? Maybe Jack 10 suited with a backdoor? Maybe, I don't know, Ace 10 or something? Like, it's very tough to find the bluff hand. Maybe you think he had Ace 7, Ace 8, or 10-8? There's just not that many bluffs available to Jordan. And, you know, you don't block any of the made hands. You don't have a heart in your hand. You don't have a 7 or an 8 to block the straight. I mean, credit to Alan for even considering the call here. I guess it's just the bet size. He's like, why would he jam? What is jamming for value here? What is trying to get called this way? But ultimately, he makes the reasonable decision to fold.
You could just see him squirming there. He thought about it for a long time, but there really wasn't anything he could do. And even when he doesn't have it, he's got it, Jordan Bautista.
Yeah. Almost 10-1 lead now for Jordan.
It's 10-6 of hearts for our commanding chip leader. Yep.
Cool.
And now at this stack depth, Jordan might do a bit more limping. Because as you raise, and especially if you 3x, you serve up a more favorable price for Alan to just rip it in. Alan finds Queen Jack and makes it 350. Jordan has a pretty nice hand to take a flop with. And he will.
A3 Jack.
There's 8 of hearts out there, I believe.
Yeah, can see 1 heart. $300K
is the bet. 8 of hearts is a very key card for Jordan Bautista, so pretty likely he's connected in a meaningful way. Nope, it's Jack 8-3, 1 heart, and so Alan has the top pair. Jordan will turn the 10.
Wow.
And so this could be an expensive hand for Jordan. I don't dislike his flop call. Like, he has these backdoor draws, and you really just can't give up with much equity at all in heads up because the ranges are so wide. And so floating the flop in that way with the 2 backdoor draws, very reasonable. It leads to him turning a 10, and I don't think he's going to fold after hitting that card.
All in.
Well, if he's game enough on the flop... Oh, what's happened here? Has he jammed here?
Did he jam?
I think he may have. He did.
Jammed.
He jammed there. Wow.
Alan called. I don't like that jam one bit. I don't get it. You have a bluff catcher. I'm not quite sure why. But all the same, he's all in. And it is a 9. And so Allen is going to make a straight. And, that's the first play from Jordan I'm really perplexed by and don't like. I guess he just thinks, hey, Allen could have a 9, he could have a queen, he could have a lot of equity going to the river. I want to deny that by jamming here and get some protection for my pair, but I just don't think you need to do that. I think you're better off calling in position and then making a decision on the river. Because on a 9, if Allen rips it, you can pretty comfortably fold your 10-6.
Of course.
And save all that money. And if it's a brick and Allen jams, now we can talk about calling off and saying, hey, I think Allen could still have some bluffs here. But jamming the turn yourself with second pair does not seem necessary.
Not in this case, but for Jordan Bautista,
100?
that's probably the only slip-up we've seen him make at this final table, Tony.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's been a really brilliant final table from him, and tough to get everything right. You make so many decisions over the course of a final table. It's tough to get them all right, but that was an unnecessary loss.
Absolutely. Well, he's let Allen back into the game for the meantime.
Jack of diamonds.
Board shows 4 king 3. Now the jack of diamonds gives Allen a pair on the turn.
Check.
And it goes check, check to the river.
10 of hearts.
And the 10 of hearts. Here's Jordan, but as we can see, Allen Pham will take this one down as he leads with
150.
what appears to be 350,000 and a quick fold from Jordan. So 2 in a row for Mr. Pham now. But a mountain of work to do to chase down Mr. Bautista, not to be confused with the third baseman in baseball.
Yeah.
Can we remember which team?
I think it was the Toronto Blue Jays, but I'm not super confident about that. This would have been like 2004, mind you.
Well, we're stretching your memory there, aren't we? Yep.
And I wasn't sober myself that night, so.
Well, we'll take your word for it, Tony.
I remember exactly how that game ended, though, because it went to extra innings. We had snuck down to, like, the premium seats behind the third base because attendance was poor that night. It was, like, a weeknight back when the Brewers were no good. They got into extra innings, and somewhere around the 12th or the 13th inning, some Brewer ripped a home run straight towards what's called Bernie's dugout, which is like the mascot goes down this slide at the stadium. And I just remember there's this fan right in the corner of the stands holds up their glove, and it was a magnet for the ball. It just went like straight as an arrow right into this person's glove to win the game for the Brewers. It was awesome.
Stop it.
Yeah.
What an atmosphere.
Yeah, Brewers in a great position to make a run this year.
Yes.
They're not exactly going in with a lot of momentum to the playoffs, but many of these teams aren't, and they did get the bye, so they will not be out in the first round like some previous years. They've got a good pitching staff. They've got a lot of hitters that get on base and apply pressure by trying to steal bases and take extra bases. But they're also a little bit banged up. One of their better pitchers is banged up right now, and I'm not sure he's going to get to play in the first round as we watch this short pot conclude with Jordan betting Queen 10-4, holding 9-3-0, and getting the fold from Ace 5 there. But, yeah, this is the best Brewers team I've seen in a while. I think the best opportunity they've had to make it to the World Series. They've never won a World Series, and they haven't been there since '81. So it would be very exciting, for them to just make that run.
Well, let's see if they can do that.
I know.
44 years in the making.
44 years in the making,
For the mighty Brewers. You're very close to turning me into a fan. However,
fun team to watch just because they're always trying to steal bases and run on people and stuff. So it's sort of like these chaotic games where a lot happens because they're just putting so much pressure on their opponents. And as you may know, baseball is a team that does not have a salary cap. And so there are these huge differences in how much each team spends. And the Brewers are typically in like a league with 30-ish teams, somewhere around like 20th, 18th. You know, they are not a rich franchise, but they've been able to win their division many of the last few years and had the best record in baseball this year with like the 20th highest payroll. And all the other teams, not all, many of the other teams in the playoffs are the rich teams with really big payrolls. So there's a bit of a David versus Goliath narrative to them being in the playoffs. And right now, Alan attempting to be the David versus Jordan Bautista's Goliath in this heads-up match, come back from a 5-1 deficit against the guy who has held the stranglehold on the chip lead for the duration of this final table. Check on the flop. Ace 10 versus 6-4. Queen on the turn will give Alan a gut shot. He's still in the lead with ace high. Jordan, not going to try and steal this one. No pair, no draw. No reason to bet. Checks down to the river. And it is an ace. So Alan will lock up this pot, but not get anything out of Jordan, who checks once more on the river. And now it's time for Alan to value bet. But we already know how this one will end.
175, fold.
Nothing happening for Jordan Bautista on that board or in that hand. And again, the winner of this one heading over to Las Vegas. Must be nice to compete on the felt at the Wynn.
Oh, the Wynn is a beautiful place to play poker. And I know they're a partner, and it's my job to say nice things about them. But, oh, man, they run such a great show over there. Do a fantastic job. We're very proud to partner with them, and really very proud to partner with the Star. You guys have been amazing this entire series. We hear really great feedback from the players. Beautiful venue. So much to do here in Sydney as well for the players who like to get off the felt a little bit as well. I've just had a great time, and hope that both the WPT will be back and that I'll be back.
We certainly hope so as well. We've enjoyed having you, and also Lynn Gilmartin, although she doesn't have to travel as far as you, does she?
No.
No.
She has like an hour flight compared to my 20 hours of travel or whatever it was.
Yep.
Although I am amazing at sleeping on planes. We'll talk about that a little more in a minute because we've got a pretty interesting pot brewing where Jordan's got the flush draw. Alan, I believe, called with 10 high on the flop for 3 1/4, which is surprising. I mean, he has the 10 of clubs, which is a relevant card, but beyond that, he doesn't have much going on. The king of spades on the turn will give him a gut shot, but Jordan here with the flush draw still taking the lead.
900.
Driving the betting, fires out 900K.
Well, he called on the flop. I wonder what his intentions are here on the turn, considering now he has... Nope. Picked up a gut shot. He will let that one go.
Yeah, my superpower is sleeping on planes. It was a 14 and a half hour flight from LA to Sydney. I fell asleep somewhere around takeoff and woke up with about 2.5 hours left in the flight.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
And no PEDs.
No PEDs. No, just a natural born sleeper.
Natural born sleeper.
Well, I wish there was a superpower that I possessed. Unfortunately, I'm far too entertained by the in-flight entertainment, especially on a 20-hour flight from the States.
I hope you like
that.
movies.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely love whatever. Well, you know, it's not like it was back back when we were kids where you would have one movie you'd have to watch with everyone else. There's quite the selection now, Tony.
That stunk.
There's quite the selection.
You know what else stunk about that was that the screen would just be on and kind of like flashing various colors and brightness over the course of the flight. So even if you wanted to sleep, the screen would still be on and flickering, and that would really interfere with your sleep. And, a lot of the times they needed to show like an age-appropriate movie on the flight. So it would be, some PG, box office mediocre crap that, was just kind of lowest common denominator. And we are well past that, thankfully.
Thank goodness. Interesting hand brewing here.
Yeah.
Fam, top pair with 8-9 offsuit.
Jordan, bottom pair. A couple of backdoors to go along with it. Alan, I believe, is check raising here. Nice hand to check raise with, up to 575. His top pair also has backdoors to go along with it. Jordan going to make this call, no delay.
Ten of spades.
Quite a good card for him. 10 gives him top pair, but it also gives Alan the gut shot to the 7. And not a card you should fear too much. Like, it's not an ideal card, but it's not the worst card, and maybe not one that will slow him down. It does complete 7-8, but he blocks that with the 8 of hearts. Jordan will recheck his hand, and yeah, that is a 10 in my hand. So 2 pair for Jordan here.
Yep, quite happy with 2 pair heading to the river.
And, you know, with his image, and after that crazy 10-6 hand, it's going to be very tough for Alan to fold. I mean, he certainly can't fold the turn. And on a blank river, he's going to have a really difficult decision. Good job from Jordan, sizing up here, betting 1.2 million, trying to build this pot and maybe go for it all on the river.
Certainly seems to be the intention, and obviously you can see on screen just 6 outs for Alan. He will make the call.
All right.
Here we go.
5 of hearts.
5 of hearts, not a blank, though. Completes the flopped flush draw.
Check. Check. Hearts.
Check we go.
I'm a bit surprised that Jordan quickly checked behind there.
Wow.
2 pair.
I know the 5 of hearts is a fairly bad card, but it's heads up. Ranges are really wide. 2 pair is still a very strong hand there. You know, if you were losing to 8-7, you were already losing to that. I feel like there was probably a little meat left on the bone there. As I said, ranges are very, very wide heads up. So, you know, if that was like big blind versus hijack or something, and, you know, you get there to the river with 2 pair, and you elect to check behind, I get it. You know, the big blind's range is going to be much more centered around hearts than 8-7.
Yeah.
But heads up, I mean, your opponent can have lots and lots of stuff. I think I would end up going for more
Cool.
in Jordan's shoes.
Options.
Alan here, I believe, limped in with the ace-7. Back in that 9-1 territory. Jordan with king-9.
Raise to
Will
425.
add to the pot. Alan might back jam. You know, we did see him jam 40 blinds over open with ace-7. After limping, does he want to limp re-raise all in?
Let's wait and see what he does. I mean,
All in.
he's no stranger to
Yes, he
getting
does.
frisky here.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this, Tony. Jordan Bautista with a decision to make with king 9.
I don't think he should call. And yet, his cards are still in front of him.
That's correct. Well, does he risk it here? And by risk, I mean go for it all.
380.
Sometimes your head's up and you're like, I don't like heads up. F this, I'm calling.
I'm coming in for this one.
Like, he might know that he's probably no better than about 40%, but he's like, 35, 40% of the time, it's just over and I win.
Considering the way he's running, he will let it go. I was just going to say, king 9 has been the hand of this final table, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We've seen it so many times. Sometimes it's worked. Other times it hasn't. In that scenario, Jordan Bautista decides to pass and let Alan fight another day onto the next hand, king 7 of spades.
He had me fooled for a minute there. I was like, he's really considering this.
I really thought he was going to. And if king 9 isn't good enough for a call, king 7 certainly one for
Raise to 375.
a raise to the value of 375,000.
Both players with some quality holdings.
4.
Alan with the queen jack will take this flop.
Yep.
So to the flop we go.
10-8. Check.
And we can
10-9 something. The
Something.
spade. Quick reach from Jordan.
325.
And a bet of 325. Oh, he flopped a straight. So Alan is open-ended. Jordan is open-ended and Alan has flopped the nuts.
Wow.
And it's rainbow too. I mean, you just cannot ask for more.
Call.
He makes the call. 6 on the turn would be a catastrophe.
4
It's a
clubs.
4 of clubs. Maybe Jordan slows down here.
Check.
Well, Alan will continue to check, and Jordan will not pump the brakes, Tony. He is
He's much more of a gas than a brake man.
He is indeed. He's elected to bet 900 rather, 900,000, and
Again, you know, as Alan, you've got the nuts. You've got a club blocker. I don't see much reason to fast play this. Doing a nice job of feigning uncertainty.
yep.
Uh-oh, what am I going to do?
10 seconds.
I have a tough decision here. Better reference my time banks to see how much time I have to make my decision about maybe I'll fold.
Fold?
No, I guess I'll call.
Reluctantly.
Yeah,
As,
right.
as he's doing his best to sell right now to Jordan, the river.
7 of diamonds.
Oh.
That might bail Jordan out. He might decide, look, okay, now there's a 4 straight out there, and I've got a pair just in case my opponent had, I don't know. It doesn't really help that much from a pair standpoint. Still, the 4 straight might be what saves him.
Check.
I'm not too sure he'll get
All in.
any more
He
juice.
shoved! Oh,
Oh!
man! He really is a gas man.
Straight.
And
And yeah,
just like that, Tony, a double up for Alan Pham.
Woo!
He just couldn't help himself, could he? Wow, what a hand for Alan.
Mmm.
2.6. Yep. 2.6.
Great job slow playing it, though.
He didn't get too overzealous. Just when you
Yeah,
thought he
no
may have.
reason to put in a raise. Jordan takes the bait, empties the clip.
Wow.
I mean, to his credit, a lot of the time Alan has like a pair plus a straight draw and a nightmare river decision.
Oh, yeah, all good. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Jason.
This time Alan had the flop straight.
$125.
All right, Alan with the jack 5
Call.
makes the call. Looks like I think our blinds are up. I'm not sure if that's fully reflected, but I think we're at 125 big blind now.
Raise to 425.
I think you may be correct.
Jordan will raise jack
Fold.
8. And a quick fold from Alan, who's now in the like less than 3-1 territory. He's edging close to 2-1.
Well, if anyone can close that gap, it certainly is this man who has, in certain cases, gone hand for hand with Jordan since the commencement of this final table. Oh, pocket 9s for Jordan.
Raise to
Going
300.
up, I think, to 275.
Oh.
Alan with 4 deuce.
Call.
Again, I'm not a heads-up expert, but I believe you're allowed to fold in the big blind. And so some of these really, really bad hands should get folded.
Jack Queen 2. Check.
Queen, Jack, Deuce, all spades. So bottom pair for Alan, but Jordan with the superior pair and the only one holding a spade.
300.
So 300K, and yeah, if you call 4 deuce and you flop a pair, I'm not quite sure how you fold even on this pretty bad board for your hand.
Raise to 925.
Oh, wow.
He's raising. Going up to 925.
Call.
Did Jordan, okay, he called. Sorry. For a second, I thought he just ripped it in again. I was like, man, this dude is an animal.
He is.
Just calls, which I think is his best option. 3 of clubs on the turn. As neutral a card as we'll see.
Well, he check raised on the flop, Tony. What does he do on the turn? Because in terms of a story he's trying to tell here, it's a tough sell, especially when you've got that guy sitting across from you.
Yeah, I like his decision to shut down. He can be drawing dead. He can be drawing close to dead, which is what he is here.
1.2 million.
Jordan has a hand that I'm a little surprised he's betting it. It's a hand that, like, he beats all the bluffs. He's pretty well protected going to the river, and he loses to all the value. And even if he rivers a spade, you don't really know if your hand is good enough to value bet the river. Like, after you bet the turn, I don't think you can really bet the river on a spade. I don't know, maybe a computer would, because computers do all kinds of wild crap. Like, basically, computers do everything extra wide because they're finding all the bluffs, and so therefore they value bet extra wide as well. But that is just really tough to do as a human, because finding all of these obscure bluffs is just incredibly difficult.
Well, he got his hand caught in the cookie jar, did he, earlier on, Jordan Bautista, but manages to scrape back some of what he lost previously in that last hand with Alan Pham, who now picks up 7-8 of diamonds.
125. Big one. Call.
Good enough for a call. And the all-time greatest hand in poker, 7-2 offsuit, will force Jordan to check. To the flop we go. 10-9-5.
Check.
Good looking board for the 8-7 of diamonds.
Open-ended is Alan Pham. And he'll lead here with
175. False.
175. Take it down. So just over 4 hours of play here on our final table, and for that man on screen there, not much has changed from when he was introduced by Lynn Gilmartin and Tony Dunst as our chip leader. It remains the same. On top with 23 million in chips, 7.4 for Alan Pham. And just as Alan starts to get a bit of a roll on, Jordan takes back that momentum, and he's done so in this heads-up battle.
Call.
King 3
Options.
versus 9-3 for Bautista, who will check this one to the flop again.
6 Ace 10.
6 Ace 10 with 2 hearts. Jordan has the 3 of hearts, but not much happening there.
Check.
Check, check to the turn.
6 of spades.
With the 6 of spades there, Tony.
Check.
Not a board that will inspire either player
Yeah.
to invest in this pot. I mean, maybe Jordan wants to bluff his way out
Check.
at some point, but he's been caught a few times now. Often that can slow a player down in the immediate orbits following.
Check.
And yeah, he's just given up on his 9 high. Allen with king high, I don't know if he'll value bet that thin, but I'm wrong. He will.
150.
175 is the bet from Alan Pham. 150 is enough, actually, to get that one through. And I would ignore those numbers on the aggression frequency chart. 65 versus 47%. I do wonder where the additional 12% comes from. But we'll run with it.
7 deuce
125.
for Jordan this time. And yeah, these spots stretch my knowledge of heads up. I'm not sure if you're supposed to just open fold the
Raise
button
the 3
ever in the
75.
big blind format. Big blind ante format, excuse me. So he does raise, actually. Allen will call 9-8.
Ooh.
7 Jack Ace. Check.
Good start for Jordan. Flops bottom pair and ace jack 7.
300.
Not a board where Allen can give up yet because he has the gut shot to the 10 and the backdoor clubs. So he does make the call of 300K.
7 of spades.
This is a card where Allen should consider leading. Obviously, Jordan is the one with the 7, but it's a card where the big blind actually has more of the bottom pair. And so
700.
when you have a draw of some kind, you should mix in leads with both the 7, an ace, and the draws. Instead, it is Jordan doing the betting for 700K, giving his opponent a little hint. And Alan facing this bet, I wonder, he looks like a man who wants to continue in this hand, and you know, he knows that's a better card for him. So I thought maybe he's going to check raise bluff this one. He didn't. Saved himself some money. There we see we're back in the 4-2-1 territory. Our blinds are 75, 125. Don't believe everything you read, T.
It's been the story of our final table stream here, Tony. We've trusted what we see on screen as opposed to what the numbers tell us, and I trust your knowledge. You say you're not too knowledgeable when it comes to heads up. You've certainly got far more than me and most others, I can assure you of that.
Sure, yeah. It's just like the weakest part of my game, and that's true of almost every tournament player, unless they've dedicated a lot of time to it, or maybe they had a phase in their career where they did a bunch of heads-up sit-and-goes, which have dried up to such a degree where I think even if you decided, I want to study heads-up play, I'm going to play a bunch of heads-up sit-and-goes, I don't know if they really go off anymore.
No, they were popular, obviously, in the early 2000s, maybe towards the 2010s, but no, not so much recently. We did enjoy several heads-up battles between the big names over the years, and I don't know, maybe something to bring back or to consider at least.
I just think it was one of those forms of poker that became solved easier than other games, and also one where if you're the losing player in the game, you lose your money really fast.
Correct.
So it's also tougher to delude yourself that you're not the losing player, right? In tournaments, it's very streaky, you take bad beats, you can tell yourself rather easily that actually I'm one of the winning players, and it's because I run bad that I don't win, actually. Whereas in heads-up sit-and-goes, if you, like, searched your name in one of the tracking sites and just see a graph going down and down and down, you kind of know what the story is. But we've got a big hand developing here. Alan, open-ender, backdoor flush draw. Jordan, top pair. Backdoor straight draw. And Alan, I think, is sized up here a bit. It's 975 out there. Yeah, he bet 525, which is kind of sized up in heads up. And Jordan has, built so many pots. I wouldn't be shocked if he raised. He elects to call. I guess when your opponent is sizing up for you, you can just let them drive the action. Ace on the turn, not the card either player wanted to see. Reasonable card for Alan to continue betting. I believe he was the one who raised pre-flop. And so it's sort of his card to represent. Also, if he checks and faces a bet, it becomes pretty indifferent as to how to continue with his open-ender. So I think he's better off doing the betting himself, and that's exactly what he's going to do. So nice bet here from Alan. And Jordan with second pair does not strike me as the type of man who's going to give up so easily.
No, he's all gas, no brakes from what we've seen.
He's not a quitter either, Like when he has a piece of the board, he's like, all right, I'm at least calling. Maybe I'll just rip second pair in.
Call.
That's exactly what he does. 1.1 million to call for Jordan Bautista. He does just that. To the river we go now, and unless Alan can get some help here.
Jack of diamonds.
It's a jack.
And he misses.
Yeah. So not a terribly consequential card. Alan should not have a jack much at all, unless he has something like ace-jack. Jordan can have a jack some of the time. He can have some of the jack-tens and king-jacks of the world. But that is a card that should be more concerning for Alan than Jordan. Like, if I'm in Alan's shoes, that's one that makes me a little less likely to bluff this river. But I wouldn't never bluff either. You gotta find the bluffs some of the time, because sometimes you do have the king-10, and sometimes you do have the ace-jack or the pocket queens. And this is a pretty reasonable candidate to make that kind of bluff with. And he's got a good image, so maybe that's what he wants to do here. It's a pot of 4.2 million. He's playing right around 4.7-ish. Maybe just less than that.
Yeah, I dare say he'd be sitting right on 4.7. And does he want to continue the
All in?
story here?
I think he shoved.
Yep, he did.
Wow.
Now, is this the hand?
Wow. I like that play from Alan. Whatever happens here, credit to him for emptying the clip, using his image. Nice hand selection. He blocks the king 10. He blocks the jack 10. This is a good hand. You can see Jordan's hand was shaking a little bit there. This is a huge moment. A lot of pressure.
4, 5,
And
25.
tough decision. I really don't have much of a take about what he should do here.
Well, he's been all gas, no brakes so far, and this is the...
And we said he's not a quitter.
No, it's the only time we've...
It's so scary to bluff guys who aren't quitters.
This is the first signs of hesitation we've seen from Jordan.
You know, if he calls, this tournament is over, and he is our WPT Australia champion. But he folds! Alan gets away with it!
What a play from Alan Pham. And I'm sure you'd agree with me there, Tony. I'm incredibly impressed with that.
Nice play. Nice
from
play, Alan Pham. A man from Melbourne whose largest tournament scores came in Hanoi, Vietnam. Quite a few cashes in Vietnam on his resume, which I have yet to visit Vietnam, but when I was at WPT Cambodia, I was told from many players
25.
who grind in the region that it has become quite the center of poker in Southeast Asia.
Call.
Indeed it has. I've heard the same.
Raise 350.
Doing great things over there in Cambodia.
Raise. So Alan limps in with the ace-5 of diamonds. Jordan raises it up to 350 with the 8-7 of clubs. So both players with quality holdings. We're going to a flop.
Six, 8 jack.
And a better flop for Jordan than Alan.
350.
Alan still does have ace-high, and he has a couple of backdoor draws. So I don't know if he's going to give up for 350. It's also interesting to me that both these guys are pretty allergic to checking the flop. Jordan especially just does not really want to mix in checks on the flop. 4 diamonds, quite a crucial card here. You know, that will give a gut shot and a flush draw to Alan. It gives Jordan a gut shot to go along with his middle pair.
700.
And yeah, you know, doesn't like checking the flop. Doesn't turn many of these close decisions on the turn into a check either. Generally in these spots where you could mix betting and checking, he prefers betting. That's what he's done here, another 700K.
Well, they don't like checking the flop. I was just going to say, but for Jordan Bautista, he doesn't like checking at all, does he?
No, he really doesn't.
Oh, river now. Let's take a look.
4
It
clubs.
is a 4.
4 of clubs, Tony.
Now if you're Jordan, I think your hand's a better bluff catcher than it is value bet. Like 9-10, hearts have missed, queen 10 has missed. If I'm Jordan, I want to check and probably call whatever Alan does. So yeah, nice check from Jordan. And yeah, good check from Alan as well. You can win with your ace high at showdown. So, you know, you see him wincing there a little bit. Maybe he regrets not bluffing, but I think that's a good decision to check behind. And just kind of unfortunate that his massive draw never materialized. It's a good hand from Jordan there. His aggressive instincts serving him well, maximizing the value, and then finding the check on the river, giving Alan the opportunity to bluff, which he does not take this time.
So on to the next one in our final table. And they've gone back and forth for the better part of almost 45 minutes now.
Because it's 2 hours of play, right?
And we shall continue. Jordan Bautista looks down at 10-6 of spades.
125.
And I wish we could hear the table talk, Tony. I really do. So I'm sure these two will be
Raise
enjoying
375.
themselves.
Call.
10-7 of diamonds for Alan. And to the flop we go.
5, 5, 5-3.
Big flop for Jordan
Check.
Bautista. 5-3, 5, 2 spades.
Reasonable flop for Alan as
375.
well.
Yes. $375 to go for Alan, and
Cool.
he will come along for the ride to the turn.
5 of hearts.
Action killing
Check.
card with that third 5.
Indeed.
Earlier in the tournament, Jordan would have quads, but this time just has to check it out to the river. And this is a chop pot if neither player folds.
Well, let's wait and see what happens.
Check.
You'd have to think in any normal scenario we go check, check, but when you're dealing with that man right there, Jordan Bautista, allergic to checking, and he'll make it 1 million for Alan Pham, who will not oblige.
That bet working out very well for Jordan, denying Alan the chop.
Wait, so we've been playing for like an hour already. So the next race is 3 hours to play. Is that right?
2-1. Big one. 125.
Well, we've seen plenty of this. 7-2 for Alan Pham,
Fold.
and he will not bother. Much to the pleasure of Jordan Bautista, who had 5-6. And Tony, those chip counts haven't changed much. They've changed
No.
hands, but the amounts.
Yeah, they've oscillated a
Yes.
lot, but we're pretty much back where we started. I think Alan had about 5.5 to start heads up, now on 6.5, so a little bit of progress, but not meaningful progress. Jordan with the ace-3 of clubs.
Raise the 375. Fold.
Alan quickly folds 10-3 offsuit.
Well, see if he wants to play 2-5 from the button. He does.
Options.
Oh. A 7 of diamonds for Jordan should induce a raise.
Fold. 375.
And we'll get that one through. Still 5-1 in the lead is Jordan Bautista. And for a guy who's had the chip lead the entire time, patience is a virtue for our chip leader, Tony.
125.
He's done quite well in biding his time. For this very moment right here, won't play 2-4.
Might be the first fold pre-flop we've seen him make, heads up.
I
At
can't-
least on the button.
Exactly. I can't recall a time where we've seen him make a fold pre-flop in this heads-up battle.
He's kept his headphones on for the duration as well.
125.
King 10 for Alan now.
Call. Options. Check.
He's going to call. Jordan will check 7-5.
6-10.
And top pair.
Check.
Backdoor spades for Alan. Not much here for Jordan. 3 straight, that's about it.
150. Fold.
There's a look at the payouts. These guys playing for a $558,000
Margin deal.
first prize, including a seat to the WPT World Championship coming up in December. sneaking up on us now. It is almost October, right? Is that tomorrow?
October is today.
October's today.
October's today, yes,
Ooh,
correct.
I need to wake up.
I mean, you may be a day
Yeah.
behind in the States, Tony,
Yeah.
but here we are, October the 1st here. And again, like you said, this year has just flown by, hasn't it?
It really, really has.
Yep. I think even though we're still incredibly young men, the older you get, the quicker it goes.
How old are you?
I'm 34.
34.
34. So I feel every part of 34, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're in the tail end of your prime.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Unlike these two young gentlemen. Oh,
Re-raise 1.6 mil.
So Jordan going up to 375 with the Jack 6. Allen with Ace 5, I believe is 3-bet. Yeah, up to 1.2 million. I think that might be the first 3-bet we've seen this whole heads-up match. I mean, that has just not been the approach of these two. You know, that, what was it, first or second hand? It could have been over had Jordan 3-bet Ace Queen suited because Allen held kings and Jordan ended up flopping an ace. But instead, a pretty passive approach. Well, it's weird. Both players are opening the button a lot more frequently than I think a computer would recommend. And not doing that much limping. A little bit of limping, not that much. But almost no 3-betting to the point where I wonder if that was our first.
125.
Yeah.
I think you may be right there, Tony. We
Yeah.
haven't really seen too much action in terms of a 3-bet during this heads-up battle, and things could get very interesting quite quickly,
Raise
depending on
325,000.
what our flop
Call.
shows. Oh, wow.
229 on the flop.
Okay, promising flop for Allen. Top pair, backdoor clubs. Jordan, middle pair. Backdoor clubs and a backdoor straight draw.
Bet 325,000.
But it is Jordan that starts the betting at 3 1/4. And Allen's got to like what he sees.
Call.
Let's make the call.
7 spade on the
7 of
Check
spades. Doesn't change much. We've seen Jordan generally prefers barreling these second pair type holdings, especially with a decent kicker.
Check.
But this time he's going to check, and that will serve him well. I think Allen's top pair should mostly bet here. Occasionally merit to checking behind and inducing bluffs, but he
Bet
will fire out here.
425,000.
5 1/4.
Call.
Jordan makes the call, so we go to a river.
5
And
diamonds.
it is a 5 of
on the river.
diamonds, so Allen's going to be good here on this river. And with so many draws missing, I think he needs to value
Check.
bet. Especially because Jordan would almost certainly continue betting his strong top pairs. Like, you should feel that you have the best hand almost always in Allen's shoes.
Indeed.
And there's just a lot of missed hands, missed draws that you can be betting with. So I like that Allen is cutting out a bet here. And
Bet.
I won't be too surprised if he gets
1.5
paid
mil.
off.
Jordan.
Well, he's been plenty trigger happy. 1.5 million to call for Jordan.
Yeah,
Call.
makes the quick call.
Yeah.
I think that's a good call from
Bet
Jordan,
makes.
even though it's a losing one this time.
1.5.
Well, just like that, Tony. He's closing that distance, clawing his way back as Allen fan.
I believe this is his high point, 9.5 million.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Almost 2-1 in favor of Jordan Bautista, or just over. And Allen Pham, small ball poker, seem to be paying off for the moment.
All right, Jordan here with the Jack
125,000
7.
Raise
We'll open with a
275.
raise, 275, and it's a quick win and take it. Allen with a 3 deuce. Will not see a flop this time.
125,000 to call.
Jack 4 for Alan here.
Call. Raise.
Jordan
Call.
with the ace 8 makes it 6 1/4. Takes a quick pot off of Alan.
$125 to call. Jordan.
7-6 now for Jordan.
Call. Alan. Any harder.
Alan with the ace 3 of clubs wants to
Raise
build this one.
450,000.
Goes up to
Call.
450, and with the 7-6, Jordan has a nice hand to see a flop.
Ace, king, 5 on the flop. Check a bit.
And it is ace, king, 5, all hearts. So top pair for Alan. Not much there for Jordan.
Bet 225,000. Jordan. Fold.
So a quick win and take it for Alan, who continues to close the distance in this heads-up match for much of the duration. Jordan Bautista had a 5 or 6-1 lead, now right around 2-1. Alan Pham will not go softly into that good night. This time with 10-3, not much to talk about.
125 to call. Call. Jordan. Any harder? Raise 500 and fold.
The ace king of Jordan will raise and take it. So the pace of our match has slowed a little bit here. Jordan seemed more willing to gamble with that significant lead.
125 to call. Call. Any harder?
Jack 7 versus 9-10 suited.
Raise to 450,000. Fold.
Raised to 450 from Allen. That'll get the job done as he inches towards 10 million.
$125,000 to call. Call. Any harder? Raise
Allen
425,000.
with 5 deuce here. Quickly concedes that one. So a lot of small pots changing back and forth.
$125 to call.
Jordan Bautista with the ace 8.
Raise 375,000. Fold.
Allen will fold 9-4.
$125 to call. Call. Any harder? Check.
Call from Allen with the jack 6. Quick check from Jordan holding 9-7. And on 8-7 deuce,
Check.
Jordan the 1, making a pair well out in front. Allen does have some backdoor draws to work with
Bet
here.
175,000. Call.
And he'll bet 175k and get called by
Four, flat
Jordan.
on the turn.
The 4 of clubs will provide Allen a gut shot to a 5. but really needs a jack or a 5 to come out on top on this river.
Bet 500,000.
He's going to continue betting. Reasonable hand to continue semi-bluffing with.
Cool.
It's bet a 500K, which is called by Jordan. We go to a river, it's an 8. Safe looking card for Jordan.
Check.
And perhaps one that will shut Allen down here. Holding the 6 of diamonds, not an ideal candidate to bluff with. That said, he needs to bluff some of the time, and he's, of course, never winning at showdown, but yeah, the Jack-6 combo just blocks a lot of the hands that would call twice and then fold the river in Jordan's shoes, but I'm mistaken.
Wow.
Allen is going to go for a big bet here, try and represent that 8. He bets, I believe, 2 million. And, yeah, Jordan has not been a quitter, and this is not a board that I think will inspire him to quit very much. I think he announced call there. Yes, he did.
He did.
And he's going to like the results. Maybe just a touch ambitious from Allen there, turning that hand into a bluff, blocking some of the quick give-ups for Jordan. And that was a pretty crucial pot, as Allen had brought the lead down to about 2-1, and now back more like 4 or 5-1.
Well, it worked last time, didn't it, Tony? He jammed on the river, got Jordan to fold when we thought he wouldn't. But in that case...
Yeah, Jordan did have a better candidate to call with this time with the 9-7
Yes.
than last time with that queen on the ace, queen,
125 to call.
jack, X, jack board, I believe it was.
He's got a great memory.
Yeah. It's the ace on the turn, but all the same. Right around where we started, with Allen having 5.5 entering the match. Now 6.5, a number he has revisited frequently. Allen with a 6-2 offsuit.
Cool.
Still wants to
Okay.
try and see a flop. Does limp in, and I will say with the larger small blind right now, instead of it being half the big blind, it's
Right.
closer to 2/3.
425.
I understand why Allen would not do any folding on the button. So a quick loss for him as Jordan raises ace-4 offsuit.
Six, 4 of clubs for Jordan now. And, well, I was going to say any suited cards, almost any cards.
Rate to
He is no
425,000.
stranger to enjoying the action. Queen, 9 of hearts for Allen. And he will re-raise to 425,000. No surprises there. Jordan says, let's see a flop.
5,
Oh, wow.
10.
Good looking flop for Jordan. Allen's still in the lead with his queen high, but as we can see, Jordan has more equity.
Bet 225,000.
Allen makes it 225,000.
Cool.
Pretty quick call from Jordan there.
3 of
3
hearts
on the turn will give him an open ender, so 21 outs going to the river. That's pretty wild. He has 6 high, and yet he has 48% equity. Allen doesn't have much hand here. He's going to check. Probably giving up on this one. And if I'm Jordan, I'm usually not letting my opponent
Bet
see a free river.
900,000.
What did he do? Did he jam? What did he do? Okay.
900.
I was gonna say, wait, did he jam for 4x pot? What the hell? I thought I saw the dealer like slide the all-in disc towards him, so I
Yes.
was confused for a moment there. Plus, he just verbalized his bet. So yeah, 900K, a much more reasonably sized bet, and Allen cannot continue there. Brings himself right back to where he started. Time is a flat circle.
It is indeed, Tony, and it's amazing that any time Jordan opens his mouth, we're so used to seeing
doing
him
a
just
jam.
go wild. And I think that we love the excitement, and so does he. So wow, here we go. Depending on what Jordan picks up, we could see a big hand
Call.
here.
Any harder.
Oh,
Sneaky from Alan here.
Check.
Jordan just going to check, though. And on 10-7 deuce, all hearts. Jordan does make a pair, but with the monotone flop, I don't think he'll really try and build this pot. Alan with his overpair.
Bet
We'll
125,000.
bet, I think it was 150.
Call.
1.25. Jordan content to call that. Five of spades on the turn. Pretty
a bit.
neutral card.
Check. Check a bit. Bet 425,000. Call.
425,000 is the bet from Alan Pham, and Jordan with
10 spades on the river. Check
pair
it
of
out.
sevens.
That may be a card that Alan elects to check behind.
Well, depending on what Jordan does, he may put him on a 10 here.
I don't know why.
Check.
I was going to say, I thought Jordan might lead for a second there. He kind of had that look in his eye, and I was like, why would he lead?
Yep.
Look, totally reasonable to continue value betting in Alan's shoes. You still have an overpair. There are a lot of missed hearts you can have. The problem is you need your opponent to have like specifically a 7 to call. But yeah, nice bet here from Alan.
800,000.
And he knows that Jordan is a sticky player. Not a big folder. I mean, Jordan might even call like ace or king high with the heart, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And from what we've seen, he does make the call
Yeah,
there. And
good thin value bet from Alan on that river.
Queen
You know, not an ideal run out with it already being a monotone flop and then the top card pairing on the river. And I think part of his calculus is, wouldn't Jordan raise at some juncture a lot of the time with the way he plays and our stacks being short enough that maybe he would just try and commit me and get me in with a 10? So I think that gave him further confidence.
well, he's picked up some more chips as Alan Pham, and yet to break double digits here in this heads-up battle. And for a man who sat on double digits the entirety of this final table, Jordan Bautista now has 8-9 off.
Lies up. 150. Yeah, you good. 75. Way to
He'll
375,000.
make it just over 300,000 to call. 375 to be precise, and with King 3, you'd have to think Alan Pham wants to get in on this action with
Way
a
to 1.4
raise.
mil.
Reasonable candidate to use as a 3-bet bluff here. Goes with the larger sizing up to 1.4. Makes it difficult for Jordan to see a flop.
Call.
But Jordan is undeterred. He's going to take a flop with 9-8 here. I think that is ambitious. May turn out well for him, though, because his hand quite live going to this flop.
6-4
On
two
6-4 deuce, though. Decent board for Alan. Not one that should connect with Jordan's calling range very well. Beyond the times he has like a small pair or like 8-7, 6-5 suited. If I'm Alan, I'm probably just keeping the heat on. I got a gut shot. I can fold out better king highs. I can fold out hands that just have
1.3
6
mil.
outs, like a 10-9, queen jack. 1.3 is the bet. Close spot for Jordan. And it's not really like a small C bet either. Yeah, he does fold. I think that's the right choice, and probably one street too late. I think maybe he was just going for the kill shot here. Thinking, oh, if we play a big pot, maybe I can get him. And look, calling the 3-bet with 9-8 is not some egregiously loose play. I think you should always call Jack 10 and maybe 10-9 as the deciding hand. Again, I'm not a heads-up expert.
You've said that a few times. I'm
Yeah.
starting to think that you are, Tony.
No, no, no.
150,000
Not a
to fold.
not a heads up expert. Don't have a great record heads up, although you're always dealing in small sample sizes.
Four. Any harder? Rate to 450.
These two will be experts in their own right. Not very often you find yourself heads up at a WPT Championship event final table.
410,
4-10-8
on the
comes
flop.
the flop. And
Jordan, check
Jordan
it back.
Bautista well and truly out in front with
Bet
King High.
350,000. Alan.
Alan, just backdoor draws here. 6 high. Not a lot of hand. But again, when you have any equity, heads up, you just can't fold to these C-bets. So that's why we see him calling such a
7 of
speculative hand.
On the turn.
And a pretty good turn card for him. Gives him the double belly buster to the 5 and the 9. And it does give Jordan third pair with the 7s. Now holding a hand that I think does best by checking. But man,
Bet
he's
1
really preferred these thin bets.
He is not a fan of checking at all, and he will come in for 1 million on the turn. And with only 3 time chips left, Alan Pham will use one of them to figure out what he's going to do with that double gutter. And what's his thought process here, Tony? Is he thinking of getting fancy and frisky with our chip leader?
Certainly could, because knocking out higher ends of the draw, if your
Wow.
opponent just like randomly has a jack, whatever, is a pretty big win.
3.2 mil.
Could almost feel that raise coming. It's 3.2
Yeah.
million.
Decent candidate for this play. If your opponent has the goods and rips on you, not that much is lost. Pretty good chance that your 9 out may have been unclean.
10 seconds.
Jordan gonna use a time extension. I mean, this does not seem like the hand to get stubborn with. Typically, if you're gonna call this raise, you'd want like a pair plus flush draw, pair plus straight draw, 2 pair, top pair. 3rd pair, no meaningful redraw. Yeah, that would be very ambitious. So nice play from Alan there. And look at this.
Oh, wow.
This is his high point. Less than a 2-to-1 lead for Alan.
Well, he's broken into double digits. And just when you thought that the rampage was going to
150,000
continue
to
for Jordan Bautista, Alan Pham proving to be a tough customer to get rid of.
Rate to 375,000. Call. Oh, yeah. Queen
On
5
Queen 5
2.
deuce here, neither
Okay.
player connects.
Bet 300. Fold.
And that'll be enough to see Jordan Bautista take that one down. 2-to-1 chip lead to Mr. Bautista. But with a sizable chip stack in front of him, Alan Pham, we know he can play some serious poker when called upon.
Thank you.
And I really
150,000
liked
to fold.
Alan's timing for the big bluffs that he's run at this final table, and especially in this
Fold.
heads-up match.
Any harder? Check.
Queen 4 of hearts limps in on the button. Jordan will check king deuce.
Oh,
4 4
And
2
it is
on
4
the
4
flop.
deuce. Both players hitting this flop. But it is Alan who is the 99% favorite.
Bet
Although Jordan starts our
300,000.
betting. 300K.
must be getting hot down there, Tony.
Yeah, and I mean, heart rates are up, nerves are high.
Raise.
Alan is going to raise this
875,000.
flop. 875.
Call.
Jordan calls. Doesn't delay very much.
875. Yep.
3 on the
3 apart on the
turn.
turn.
A card that should hit Alan's range the times he's semi-bluffing.
Check.
Should do that. He should make that flop raise with stuff like 5-6 or 5-3. Ace-5 maybe.
Possibly.
So perhaps a card that allows Jordan to get away without further damage here? I don't know. As we've said many times, Jordan is not a quitter.
1.2 mil.
Definitely not.
But this is also just not a flop texture where your opponent bluff raises that often.
Well, he's definitely back in this fight, Alan Pham. It looked like he was on dire straits early on in this heads-up battle, but is he going to raise?
No. No need to do this. This is like a really bad turn card to make this play. Especially with this hand. Like, you want some outs going to the river, not to be drawing dead the times you're wrong. Alan Pham can't believe his luck.
Well, is there a case where he does lay this down?
What, Alan? No.
Can't be. We've seen Jordan flop quads before, not in this case.
No, this is the case where you're generally happy that this is happening, and if your opponent happens to have 5-6 or ace-4, so be it. You win the tournament. Queen of diamonds on the river.
Well, there you go. He's filled up.
I mean, Jordan, find the break, man.
Only
Oh no!
only
He
call.
gets snapped, and Alan is now our chip leader. Oh my god!
Wow.
Jordan, no!
Can you believe what we are witnessing?
Oh my goodness.
He's just got snapped off from Alan, and that must be music to Alan Pham's ears. Just like that, Tony, we have a new chip leader for the first time, not just in our heads-up battle, but in our final table. Alan Pham. And he has earned it, hasn't he?
Cannot believe my eyes. Jordan had just a perfectly fine bluff catcher, and honestly, he should already be very alarmed on the flop when he gets raised. You know, you should be looking for reasons to fold following that. And instead, check raises and rips it with a hand that is just a perfectly fine bluff catcher. Yeah, you know, look, he's played very well throughout this final table. There's been the odd misstep here and there, but that was like the first real catastrophe hand. I just kind of feel bad for him because, you know, these heads-up matches, they're pretty slow, they're pretty long, they're very tense. You just kind of want them to end, and sometimes you end up trying to force that finish, and that's really what we just saw from Jordan there, who, look, you know, if he had done that with spades, or if he had, you know, a 6 in his hand, a 5 in his hand, and was open-ended and decided to follow through with it, okay, fair enough, you know, sometimes you run a big bluff, but, like, doing it with the pair was so unnecessary. And he had no outs going to the river. I mean, just rough to watch, and can't help but wonder whether he'll be steaming for at least the next 5 to 10 minutes. You know, is he at risk of making another considerable error going forward if he should face a little bit of a cooler?
Well, let's see how he responds to this piece of adversity. I mean, for a guy who played so well the entirety of this final table, Tony, one blunder, and you've just given a guy in Alan Pham the chip lead,
557.
who we know
Check.
can
Okay,
play
well.
some poker, and he's got a pair of 7s.
And this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, This is a spot, yeah, and he's just blasting
He's-
chips into this. And this is not like a good board for his hand, and it's a better board for the caller than the razor. And he basically bets full pot for no reason at all. There's no reason to ever, you should never use the sizing with any hand. And Alan's just like, hey man, you know, you might be steaming. I've got 2 pair. I wonder if Alan ever like min raises or something.
Call.
He's just gonna call. I mean, his opponent's doing the betting for him. Now this would be a bad
Turn. Check.
board to continue bluffing on. Jordan checks.
4
Alan
diamond,
checks.
river.
Sneaky check behind from Alan. A lot of people would just auto bet there. Great river for him. Again, Jordan really needs to find the break here, because you're not even making your opponent fold ace high most of the time on this river. Sometimes you're going to get looked up with king high. Like, queen high is not the hand to bluff with.
Well, it's a tough request, isn't it, Tony, for
Yeah.
a guy who has
1.6
been
mil.
all go since the beginning of this final table and just couldn't help himself on that
Yeah.
last hand.
It's Alan who does the betting, 1.6. And yeah, tough for him to have an airball on this river. He basically needs to have 8-9. And
Wow.
Jordan does let go of that one. So look at this.
Yes.
Almost a 3-1 lead for Alan Pham right now. And Jordan, I think, pretty clearly steaming a little bit. I mean, yeah, I wonder if that Hendon mob was correct earlier, because if that's the case and you're at like the biggest final table of your life by an order of magnitude, and you've got it pretty much locked up for the duration, you get into heads up, you basically have it 5-1 for the entire time, and then you make this massive misstep. It is so hard to keep your cool.
Call.
Well, he needs to keep his composure here with Jack 4 of clubs. Alan Pham in the lead at the moment with Queen 7 offsuit. The flop comes Queen, Queen 9, and the tables have certainly turned, Tony.
Yeah.
Trip Queens for Alan Pham.
150.
150
Call.
to call for Jordan Bautista. He comes along.
Okay. Already getting a little
2 diamond on the
speculative.
turn.
Deuce of diamonds doesn't change very much.
Check a bit.
How much does Alan want to bet? I would hope this ends the hand.
375.
Okay, it does.
Yep.
You know, Jordan is steaming, but not full Hulk mode.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet.
He's broken down that great wall. Has Alan Pham and Jordan Bautista. I mean, he's still in it.
150.
Like we said, if Alan Pham can come back from, I think his lowest point was 3.5 million in chips to the now chip leader. There's no reason to suggest as to why Jordan Bautista can't do the same, but
Yeah. Blinds are up at 75, 150 with the 150K big blind ante.
Big blind. Thank you.
Alan Pham first
150
away from the button. Jack 8 offsuit
Call. Anyhow.
and 9-7 off for Jordan Bautista, who will check. And the big blind to the flop we go. Flop comes.
10, 8, queen.
10, 8,
On the flop.
queen.
Check it.
Plenty going on in this one.
Open ender for Jordan. Bottom pair and a gut shot for Alan.
Bet
Certainly a board
325,000.
both players may look to invest chips on, especially Jordan, who feels like he's in a rush.
It certainly seems that way,
Yeah.
especially since that big hand he's lost. He's certainly not one to wait around. The
King of diamond
king
on the
of
turn.
diamonds on the
Check, check,
turn.
check.
Good check from Jordan there. He does have the diamond to go with his open ender.
Check.
Good check from Alan as well.
2 spade.
Deuce on the
Check
river.
a bet.
This would not be a crazy spot for
Check.
Jordan to bluff. He
Check.
elects to check
On
it.
top.
Alan's going to check behind and take another pot. Yeah, everything about Alan feels frustrated right now. Excuse me, not Alan, Jordan.
Yep. It's amazing you can almost feel the energy through the screen.
Yeah.
We can always feel it when we're down there on the tables, but you just have this sense that the momentum has surely shifted in favour of Alan Pham, and Jordan Bautista left wondering what he can do to get it back.
Small blind.
Ace Jack is a good start.
Raise to 475.
He'll raise to 475,000.
And just think, T, if he 3-bets the ace queen suited that first hand, this is over.
It's all over.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things that I guess you and I both had questions. He'll be asking
Yeah.
himself that same
2,
question
3,
watching
4.
this back.
Check.
Oh, this is an interesting flop for these two hands. 4-3 deuce, open ender for Alan
Bet
with the 2 overcards.
575,000.
Cut shot, 2 overcards for Jordan. He is in the lead, but one of those spots where, you know, he could hit an ace and perhaps overinvest.
Call.
575 is the bet. Alan calls with a bunch of equity.
Nice. Raise.
Turns his 9. Oh man, that is a really bad card for
Check.
Jordan.
Check.
Oh, thankfully he is slowed down here.
7 of diamond on the
7 on the river.
river. Check a bit.
And once more, we reach the river with Alan holding the best hand. And as we know, Jordan, pretty steamed, pretty stubborn. He might pay this off. Easy to tell yourself your opponent has a 5 or a 6 and is bluffing.
Bet. 2 mil.
Not unreasonable to call ace jack here, especially if you're in a rush to try and win back chips. Wow, big bet from Alan. Beautiful sizing. Really big fan of his bet sizing here. Look at the frustration on Jordan's face.
Yeah, he's squirming. Definitely not comfortable with that bet from Alan.
10 seconds. Call.
And in any case,
I think he said call.
He does make the call,
Oh
Tony.
man, beautiful sizing from Alan Pham. Catastrophe for Jordan Bautista. It's an 8-1 lead now.
And look at that. It is the Great Wall of Alan Pham in front of him, and he is edging his way closer and closer.
You know, you got to give Alan Pham a lot of credit. This final table did not start well for him. He was solidly second in chips, and he just kind of bled off for a while. Went from like 7.5, 8 million to 4. Very middle in the pack. Didn't have much
150.
going. What he did play didn't really work out for him.
Call.
Gets heads up. He's down 5-1. His opponent is the one making all the hands, and yet here we are. He's got a commanding lead. Quick all in from Jordan there. We'll never know what it was.
It just goes to show how quickly things can change, and again, incredibly impressed with Alan's play. Almost the Uno reverse. Everything was going right for Jordan Bautista coming into this final table, and I think that the two hands that he would question would be when he limped in with that ace-queen of diamonds, and most previously when he tried to
150,000 to call.
push Alan off a full house. Couldn't do so. He's got 6-8 of hearts here.
Check.
Queen 3 for Alan Pham. See a flop here. 6-6-7.
on the
And
flop.
wow,
Check.
if this is
Check.
might be a little too late for Jordan, but he's got trip 6s.
Queen of
Oh,
hearts
that
on the
queen.
turn.
A very helpful card for Jordan.
Bet
Lucky for Alan, he just
400,000.
quickly checked it over to him. And yeah, I don't think his hand is the type that should really raise here. You're still losing to a 6 and to diamonds. You've got more of a bluff catcher at this stage, and so he does call. And so yeah, Jordan, barring a queen on the river, should regain some momentum here.
4 space.
4 on the river.
Check a bit.
And yeah, I can't imagine that Alan is
Check.
going to fold to really any bet.
On in.
Oh, he's shoved. Ooh. Maybe he will. I don't know. Having the 3 of diamonds makes it tougher. You block 5-3 and you block various flushes. And you unblock a lot of the bluffs. Stuff like 8-9 and, you know, stuff like 10-9 with a diamond in your hand. Or just like random base cards with a diamond.
Oh, he's called there.
Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable hand to make that call with. Props to Jordan for going for the maximum and using his tilted image right now. Like, his whole energy, that hand felt like I'm on tilt, as opposed to I've got the nuts.
Especially the way he pushed in those chips. His
Yeah.
demeanor was just like, man, just
Yeah.
put me out of my misery instead. He's paid him off.
Yeah, I don't think that I would have found the fold in Allen's shoes. That was a pretty good candidate to make what feels like a little bit of a hero call with. So I don't think he should be kicking himself for that.
Well, certainly not with that amount of money. Chips, rather, in front of him. Speaking of money, top prize again, $558,000. And it was well and truly within the reach of Jordan Bautista. He's got a bit of work to do to make up ground if he wants to lay claim and etch his name on that trophy right there. Nine, 4 of diamonds for Alan Pham. Jack 7 offsuit for Bautista.
Check.
We will check, and to the flop we go.
10, Jack 3 on the floor. Check a bit. Check.
Looks like,
Top pair
yep,
for Jordan.
Check.
Not much there for Allen.
2 spade on the
And that
turn.
remains true with the deuce of spades.
Check a bit. Bet 375,000. Whoa.
so there's your payouts. I think the happiest man at our final table, other than Alan Pham at the moment, probably would be Jared Thatcher. Bowing out in 3rd place. 273,000 Australian dollars for his troubles. And a guaranteed 371,600 for both of these men. Jordan Bautista and Alan Pham. Jack 5 off for Jordan. 9-4 of clubs for Alan. Here we go to the flop.
Queen,
And the
check
flop
10
comes Queen,
on the flop.
Jack 10.
Check.
Plenty happening
Check.
for both guys. A pair of jacks for Jordan
2 of
Bautista.
club on the turn.
2 of
Check.
clubs on the turn. Doesn't change too much. Alan Pham still open-ended heading to the river there.
Good
Bet
candidate to start
300,000.
bluffing here.
Call.
That's 300K, gets the quick call.
4
And
spades
a
on the
4
river.
on the river will give Allen just enough showdown value that I think you'll probably just check and hope that it goes check, check.
Check.
That's 1 check.
Check.
And yeah, I think Jordan missed an opportunity to value bet there. It's just so unlikely his hand isn't best with so little money going in. And with so many draws missing, I think he can value bet quite thin. So missed opportunity in a spot where, especially with his image, he probably would have gotten called.
Thank you. Guys, you have new deal.
Yeah, I think Alan would have paid him off in that spot, especially considering the action we've seen from Jordan. And I'm quite impressed, Tony, even though he doesn't hold the chip lead, he certainly doesn't appear to be slowing down.
Yeah, big
No,
blind.
he's acting faster
He
than
is.
ever.
150.
Here we go with Jack 6 for Alan now.
Call. Any higher.
We'll make the call, and 3-4 of clubs. Jordan, you have to expect. We'll check and see a flop.
Ace 10 5. Check a bet.
And the flop comes Ace
Check.
10 5. Alan's still in front. However,
Check.
a few outs for Jordan to catch. That's not one of them. The 5 of diamonds on the turn. But
250.
he will lead here with 225,000. 250 make it. Doesn't matter now. He'll take that one down.
$150 to go. Yeah, that's all right.
9-7 off.
Ready?
3
Jordan
375.
makes it 375 to go and 8-3 for Alan.
Call.
Hardly appealing, however,
Yeah.
will come in for a flop.
Heads up.
Jack
Okay.
A6, 2 hearts.
Not much here for either player. Jordan, as the aggressor, should be able to take this down with the bet.
400. Fold.
And that is what he'll do.
Just like that. Still 2-1 or just over for Alan Pham. We saw how quickly it could change in favour of Mr. Pham, courtesy of Jordan Bautista. Can he turn the tables in his favour and get back to where he once was as the chip leader?
Call.
Just going to call 7-4. Jordan with ace-king has a premium, but Alan,
Raise to
with such a
450.
junky hand, may not even see the flop. Kind of a favorable price when Jordan just 3x's it here. So yeah, Alan will take a flop. And he will outflop Jordan. 8-7-4, 2 pair for our chip leader. This is not a board
425.
that Jordan should be looking to see bet much at all. But as we know, he's more gas than break. So he bets 425. Worth considering a raise in Allen's shoes. You know, bottom 2 pair, you unblock the top pair. If your opponent does have an overpair, you could play a really big pot here. There are turn cards that could really shut down your action. So nice decision from Allen to raise here. Makes it 1.4 million.
All in.
Did Jordan shove?
He did.
What in the world?
And this could be it, Tony.
Catastrophe for Jordan Bautista, who quite simply did not need to do that. Really should have started off with a check. Instead, bet 3 bets the flop for really no reason at all, T. Jack on the turn, he's drawing dead. It is over. Alan Pham is our champion. He comes back from a 5-1 deficit to take down the chip leader, Jordan Bautista, in an incredible comeback. It is Alan Pham who takes home our top prize of $558,211, including a seat to the WPT World Championship. Jordan Bautista made an awesome run in this tournament. Takes home $371,693, and a lot to think about. You know, certainly some conflicting memories about this final table, but you know, a career high score for Jordan. Congrats to him, and big congrats to Alan Pham, who played amazing at this final table, and especially in the heads up. T, thanks so much for hanging in with me during the booth for our final table.
Thank you very much, Tony. It's been an honour to commentate beside you. And again, congratulations to Alan Pham. I think when Jordan watches this footage back, there'll be 3 hands to consider there. The ace-queen jamming into a full house, drawing dead. And of course, one that I'm sure he'd like to forget sooner than later, our last hand. But again, the moment belongs to Alan Pham. Tony, it's been a pleasure to be with you. Looking forward to enjoying the rest of, well, I guess our working holiday while we're here in Sydney.
That's right. Congrats on officially being off now. And thanks again to the Star Sydney for running an amazing series. WPT Australia, can't say enough good things. I've had a great time here. And big congrats to Alan Pham. He is a member of the WPT Champions Club. WPT Champions Club. And that is it from the Star Sydney.
At least he's honest. The poker face is it's been overused today. It's worn out.
We're giving away the secrets. Woo. There he is. Top dog.
Do you want to do a card throw?
How do we do it? Just straight up.
Just straight up here. 3, 2, 1. Or you can throw it at me. You want to throw it at the tournament director? 3, 2, 1. Yeah. You want to do one daggy photo? We kind of just like hold the cards out.
What does daggy mean?
Just uncool.
Oh, that way.
Photo with all the homies?
Yeah.
Anyone who'd like to get a photo with Alan, please make your way up to the main table on the rail.
Michael will give you the